should have popped up last time.
All right, we're gonna get started now. I think I had a little bit of a panic attack. My dashboard typically shows like my stream preview, and it was showing that I was offline, but I think we're all here, so that's good. Also, thank you for the sub, Puma. And no worries. Yeah, Prime is weird like that, I've noticed. And also, hi Claudia. Welcome in, everybody, and anyone else who may be lurking, welcome in. We're finally gonna get started on Ace Attorney tonight, which was supposed to happen Thursday. But Lady Gaga had other plans. I was not expecting a Lady Gaga Fortnite thing, which I rarely play that, but you put Lady Gaga on something and I'll play it. And I finally got her like. She had like a shop skin which I bought, and then there was like a skin you had to grind for. I finally got that skin last night. I was like, okay, I got it out of my system. We're fine. Playing their like little Guitar Hero game kind of gave me hand cramps that I'm probably gonna feel for like a week, but it's okay. But yeah, so we're gonna be starting the third Ace Attorney tonight, which I'm very excited for. And then I think, so Tuesday, I'm going to be continuing, maybe finishing that game we were playing with Trashly, A Way Out. And then so hopefully should just be back to Ace Attorney after that, I think. I need to post a picture in the, someone remind me later in the Discord. I'll post, I briefly caught, a glimpse of the Ace Attorney meetup from KatsuCon. It was kind of small, which I figured it would be, because it's kind of an older fandom, and like the spot that they had for their photo shoots is more for like smaller meetups. So I kind of assumed. But there was a lot of Edgeworths, which was nice, which I expected. There was like one or two Phoenix Wrights. There was who else was there? There's the guy that I think is in this game. There was like 3 of them. So he must be a popular character. The guy that has like a cyber mask. I think he's going to be the prosecutor in this one. So people must like him. Otherwise, I don't know why so many people would cosplay him. Who else was there? I think there was one Mia. I think I remember. And then there was the girl, I can't remember her name. We had to defend her. She was also a prosecutor, and she like had the red scarf around her neck. I saw her there, the one that had like all the decorations on her coat of like the badges. I saw her. Hi Rathu, welcome in. Oh, and there was like 2 or 3 gumshoes, and the gumshoes were pretty hilarious because they had like bandages on their face, which apparently he always has a bandage on his face. I guess I just never realized. And there was a Gant, the guy from the... Oh god, was he from the first one? It was the case that was like really, 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 really long. And he clapped a lot. He had a, like, I need to post it in Discord. He had an amazing wig. Like, sculpted wigs are expensive. Like, that had to have cost at least $200 or $300. Sounds like Nelly, please. And I stand by what I said. Nelly's a twink. He was at least baby. He's baby. Yeah, the DLC. But yeah. There was no Von Karmas, which was a little upsetting. She seems like she'd be fun to cosplay. Also, I am trying something new tonight, a slightly different setup. I mean, I can just show you guys. So like, I'm gonna be over here, and then the layout's gonna be right here. Because here's the thing, I feel like most people, even whether they're like a cam streamer or a VTuber, they put their cameras on the left, or no, they put their stuff on the right. I like to put mine on the left because I feel like when you're coming into someone's stream, like we read from left to right typically, right? So I was like, okay, they'll see me first, then the game, then the chat. But I do notice with the way I have my monitor set up, like I'm looking here, and I think it's weird if I'm over here, but I'm also looking up here where the game is. And until I'm able to get like a different desk setup, I feel like I'm gonna stick with this for now. We're gonna try it, so it might be a little bit weird at first. And I'm gonna watch it back later and see if I like it or not. And then if I don't like it, I'll probably go back. But we're gonna try this. And I've noticed some of my other VTuber friends are like, their models are like not bigger, but they're more zoomed in and then cropped more than what my model is. So we're gonna try that too, and see if we like it. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. The first case, if it's anything like the previous two from the other games, should be kind of short-ish. Like it's more of like a tutorial, which honestly I feel like we do kind of need because it feels like it's been like a month since we've played. Also, this controller better be working. Please. Controller, please. I need to get a new, oh my god, it's actually like not wanting to work. Hold on. I do need to get a new, right Joy-Con. My left one died like a year or so ago, and I had to order a new one because it started drifting really badly. The right one, see, normally I say it works. It just doesn't light up. This is not good. This is going to throw a wrench in our plans. No. I was literally, like, testing this scene out, like, a couple hours ago. Here, I'm going to have to, I am going to have to, reconnect some things. Oh, this is not good. I didn't have anything else planned. But, we might have to if this doesn't work. But, like, my right Joy-Con is weird where it doesn't work docked. Or it doesn't work when it's connected to the actual Switch, like if I'm playing in handheld mode. But it normally works fine otherwise, but at this very moment, it's saying no. So we're gonna see. Also, I mean, not that it's really, I don't know. I don't want to make a big deal of it, but I decided I was gonna start like eating a little bit healthier and to like lose weight and stuff for next year. And I've been doing like the Fitness Pal app or whatever. Oh god, yeah, it is really actually not working. Oh wait, no, it is. Okay, now it is. I was like, I hear it making buttons. But I wanted to start using Ring Fit again, but I'm afraid to use this controller because until I get a new one, because if I remember right, if anyone's ever played that game, the right Joy-Con goes in the actual Ring Fit controller. It's like the circle thing that you like squeeze a lot, so it gets thrown around a lot. Because you're doing a lot with that. And then the blue one or the left one like connects to this thing on your leg. You like tie it around your leg on your left leg. And I'm just gonna blame that game for ruining my controllers. I have nothing to base it from. But I'm a little like I want to start exercising more, but I'm afraid to do that until I get new controllers. Like I might just get controllers just for when I'm playing that game maybe. And Joy-Cons are not cheap at all. Even if you're just buying one of them. Okay, so we're technically starting a new game because we are on the third one, Trials and Tribulations. I'm excited to finish this. I have no idea what we're going to do. I mean, I do. I want to play Zelda, but I mean in terms of like, when will we get to the other Ace Attorney games? I have no idea. So this is a little bittersweet for me. But yeah, depending how short this episode is, we may start the second episode. Because if it's anything like the first ones, we're literally just in the courtroom the entire time. Also, that looks like Mia. And Kitten, I don't know if Kitten's here, but Kitten did say that that girl in the background there, that's her. Apparently. We've been waiting all this time. She said there was a character that was like her, and I think we finally get to see her. Maybe. This is gonna be weird. How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That's Phoenix. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Hi, Kitten. Welcome in. Speak of the devil. We were just talking about you. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. That is Phoenix. It wasn't me. I didn't. Am I the defendant? I didn't do it. It was good. We were the girl that was in that poster for this episode. I think you mentioned. Oh, 5 years earlier, Mia Fey's second trial. Are we going in the past? Wait a minute. It's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Ahem. Oh, it's Grossberg. Remember him from the first game? Mr. Grossberg, good morning. Ah, Mia, please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know. What are you talking about? I am relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed. Let go of my lapels. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer. I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today. Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service. Actually, this is my second time in court. Still, you surprised me. What with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too. I just found out yesterday about the case, I mean. What? And you've already learned all the relevant facts? Well, about that, you see. I mean, of course I have, I think. Oh dear. In any case, don't let our client see you're so nervous. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client. Are we defending? So he knew about COVID. Good morning there, everybody. Good morning. Try to keep smiling. I just want to say, I'll give it all I've got. Yep, it'll be fine, no prob. Oh no. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Rye? Actually, it's right. Like the Flying Brothers. People screwed up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you. Please let go of my shirt. That's right. He's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. Oh, we get to be Mia in this? My name is Mia Fey. I'm so pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. Interesting. It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client and for myself. Interesting. Phoenix never said he was in court like this before. Very interesting. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Not Payne. Oh, he had a little bit more hair back then. I love that they did that for him. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense today is Ms. Mia Fey, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? Isn't that him standing there right next to you? Yes, well, you're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Well, well, well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Play with that hair all you want, honey, because it's going to be going away in a couple years. Don't worry, little girl. It will all be over soon. What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me? Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. Oh, he's hot. Not Doug Swallow. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology. It sounds like he was a very bright young man. Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. And there's an umbrella. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. He'll get what's coming to him, Puma. In the form of hair loss. I'm just making assumptions here, but I think we know how that turns out. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway, they then called the police. That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Not a swallow ship. Very well, the court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. I get an IVU because it's Ivy League. Ha ha ha. I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Well, there's some electrical cords. I noticed those. Hee hee hee. Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death. An unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I'm a genteel man, if you will. What? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. Ah, perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The cause. Go on. Please say you know at least this much. I'm so sorry I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Oh, gross. Well, I mean, literally gross. He's Grossberg. Now, see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record, but you knew that already, didn't you? I mean, technically, yes. You didn't tell me I had to look at it. Date and time of death. 3 p.m. on 4/9. Cause of death was a fatal electric shock. Ah, the court record. I think I can see that by pressing the R button. All of the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear. Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Electrocution. According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Electrocution, But how could such a thing happen? I mean, you literally just get electrocuted. Did the murderer use some type of new super powerful stun gun, perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. What's that? Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. Bad blood? What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this. I really don't like this guy's smug attitude. That's Winston Payne for you. Oh, get it like wince in pain. Ha. He is one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence. Evidence? Ah, no need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need and then shove it in old Greybeard's face. Yes, sir, into old Greybeard's face. Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Yeah, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with the R button, so be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? Oh, there's a girl. That is Kitten. Dahlia Hawthorne. She's pretty. The victim, he was a fourth-year pharmacology student at Ivy University. I hate Winston Payne. A veteran lawyer with a little too much confidence. My client, a third-year art student. Not an arts? Wait, he wanted to be an attorney. Wait a minute. Oh, that's Phoenix's current girlfriend. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Dahlia Hawthorne, is it? Very good, Miss Fay. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she has some part to play in this story. Ah, he's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. And we do have an ad starting in about a minute. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness. If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Fay? It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objection. Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand. Now, I wonder if they added, like, new things to this one. Because the Seki locks were a bit much for me. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. No, he means what did you do before you were arrested? Oh, achoo. I was a university student. Mr. Wright, you understand that you are suspected in the death of your fellow student, Doug. But I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you I was. Oh my god. Will the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us? It seems the witness has something he wants to say. Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor. That's a little babby Phoenix. I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Oh. I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right, like I said, I'm not a killer. It looks like the judge understands. You're being naive, you know. Too naive. Huh? It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady. And that would be... This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination. Cross-examination? He's right, and it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions. Contradictions? If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record. But Mr. Wright is my client. Even if he is your client in court, all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see. What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now? That there was a lie, a contradiction? Probably that he barely knew him is probably the lie. Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fay. Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? When you say there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered? Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened anyway. Not the toad objection. Something. You can't hide what happened. We have photographic evidence. Anyway, Mr. Wright, what were you doing at the scene of the crime? I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow. It was just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident. A coincidence, huh? But I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. You say you found the body, so who called the police? Huh? Unfortunately, it was some other students that notified the police. Other students? That's correct. They were witnesses. Witnesses who saw the defendant standing there next to the body in shock. What? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Could you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind? Well, it's true that I was pretty shocked when I found the body, but I hardly knew the guy to begin with. So you didn't know his face or even his name, right? Right. Well, no. That is, I mean. So which is it? Did you know him or not? Now, see here. You can't avoid answering the question by sneezing all day. Well, I guess I did know his name. News to me. Why didn't he tell me that before? I heard he used to date Dolly. Who is this Dolly person? Ah, yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, I see. Ah, young love, so bittersweet. But that's all I knew about him. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I even... But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? Oh. Well, Mr. Wright. Ah, no, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a, quote, British wannabe? Yes, well... What does that even mean, by the way? Like... He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Did you see it at the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean? Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff, see? It's true. Cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it. He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night. May I ask you something, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Honor. Who is this person anyway? This Union Jack fellow? Oh my god. He really is stupid. The Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag. Oh, I see. So you mean like the stars and stripes, right? As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me. Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this bit just now? Mia, there is a contradiction here. Mr. Grossberg, quickly now, show that boy you mean business, with evidence, I mean. Okay, Mia, check the court record carefully. Well, my dear, do you think you can manage on your own from here? Ooh. There's not a lot of... Well, this doesn't show that he has a Union Jack thing on his jacket. So I think that's what it is. I can handle it myself. 1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself. I know. I love that, like, even now, like, the game is, like, referencing back to her as, like, she was Phoenix's mentor. You mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia. I'll be fine. I know what I have to do. Remember, you can always press him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof. Okay, Mia, one more time from the very beginning of his testimony. Let's press this again, because didn't he say he was wearing it when he found the body? Did you see it at the crime scene, the Union Jack, I mean? Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff. It's true, cross my heart. Oh, they're going through this bit again? Okay. Okay. I can handle it myself. Oh my god, it's making us go all the way back to this. Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Fay, is there some point to this line of questioning? Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Hey, wait a minute. He's wearing a leather jacket. The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body, but if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? I love this little remix. Do-do-do-do. You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Ray, you've been lying to me. Please forgive me. Please. Mia, you've made our client cry. Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyways. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. Ugh. Uh-oh, did I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it? Yes, I took some, but was it the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X? Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know that I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X? Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now? Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. He lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case? Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now? Huh? Your Honor, I'd like you to take a look at another photo from the crime scene. What's this? It's in the victim's hand. It's Cold Killer X. Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to, especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. What? Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright, and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so could only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. Order in the court. Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence. Very well, this court will accept them into the record. Ooh, crime photo 2. The victim's watch stopped at the time of death. Found clutched in the victim's hand, covered in Wright's fingerprints. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken. Broken? Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all of this? Ugh. This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks. My poor, poor hemorrhoids. Disgusting. Well, now we know why he's called Grossberg. The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 o'clock, we split up. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I'd been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Interesting. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously. God. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Fay, please begin your cross-examination. Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies. What really happened? The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then around 3 o'clock we split up. Okay, wait. Let's start pressing. Had you ever met the victim before then? No, never. But that day, he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly. And this Dolly person is... is kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart. What? What was that for, Mia? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. What? She slapped him? Dahlia Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is. So it was one of those nasty love triangles, I see. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU. An alchemist, I see. I gotta admit, it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. Not me saying laboratory like fucking Dexter's lab, but that's just how it came out. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for some more details. So you are obviously certain that you met at 2:45? Yeah, pretty sure that's the time class ends, but they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much. Experiments? Yeah, those pharmacology guys are always in the lab whipping up something. Well, it looks like he's right about the time anyway. Witness, let's go on with your testimony. So I want to go back to this. We'll go back to that. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 o'clock, we split up. So what was it you were talking about? You know, that maybe we should hang out again sometime? Hang out again sometime? I wish that were true. Okay. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. So you say you went back? Yeah, that's when I found the body. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Well, that's right, I was. Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? I thought maybe we could make up. Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one is buying this. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days. It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of the year, isn't it? Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh? I suppose common sense is not always common. So did anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine? Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. You just take it casually? That's probably not good. I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Ouch, why did you punch me in the jaw? Oh, I'm so sorry, I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. Well, Mia, I don't know. I can't seem to find any contradictions. I love that she just had the instinct to just punch somebody. I can't seem to find any contradictions. The boy isn't exactly what I'd call a natural-born liar, you know, but still, we can't have him continue to spout nonsense. I know, but what can I do? Well, I'm certain he must still be hiding something. Information. Right now, it's information we need more than anything else. Okay, so let's go back to that one statement. I think it's this one. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated that you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said that the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU. An alchemist, I see. I gotta admit it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. How fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do I do? Let's ask about the pharmacology department. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though. A little bit early in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange medicines that run on high voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high voltage cables everywhere. High voltage cables. Yeah, there are electrical poles set up all around the building. The high voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. What if it was just an accident? Have we considered that? So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle earlier. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. Ooh. What do you mean? I knew it was too much work for a little girl. Okay, yeah, he is being misogynistic. However, there is one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor. How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, that is, You are correct, Your Honor. Feed him to the badgers. Maybe that's how he lost the rest of his hair. So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. I don't know that we have a murder method right now. Let's save. I guess we can just save over this other file, because we're not going to be coming back to that. We did it with the first game. But I don't think we have a method right now. I do have one idea, but it would be impossible to prove it. Hi DJ, welcome in. Mia, my dear, if you have any ideas, now is the time to present them. Mr. Grossberg. Remember, silence is not golden, in court anyway. Silence is not golden, huh? Well, in that case... Your Honor. Yes, Miss Faye? I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. That would be most impressive. Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence. Of course I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten about that. Now then, Miss Fay, let me see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted. I mean, there's the cords. I mean, this is the only thing we can present. As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? But there is nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. Please, look at the fucking cables. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Fay, where exactly in this photo is the murder weapon? It's like literally the shocking volts right above his dead body. Well, naturally, it's right here. What is that? A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard? The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere. So then the high voltage cable. Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation. That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, I believe some praise is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high-voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was the defendant. That does not seem based in reality. That much is certainly true. Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer. You do? Well, what is it? His fingerprints. Fingerprints? You mean that the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. I mean, there's an umbrella. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. And as you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well. Ah, you mean... Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand. What? I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable. But I mean, we saw in the intro that the Dahlia girl had an umbrella. What if she pushed him? I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us, we're done. Mr. Grossberg, my hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him. No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent. No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt. Your Honor, at this time I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. Yeah. Do you have something further to add, Ms. Fay? Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? Hi, Strap Streams. Welcome in. We can't be found guilty yet. I know. This is weird, honestly. I love that I mean, this isn't the first time where I feel like they've kind of retconned the lore, but we're gonna roll with it. We're now in the past. Phoenix was a defendant at one point, which he never told us. You still haven't told us the truth, the whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. Little baby Phoenix. Yeah, he is cute. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Faye. He's not even wearing his mask properly. I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything. That is true. I'm not complaining. I do like that we get more Mia backstory. Everything always comes back to her. There's no further need for him to say anything. Wait a minute. Mr. Wright. I'll tell you what really happened. But I've already told you, Mr. Wright, there's no need for further... I did it. What? I admit it, I pushed him. It's my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow is dead. What? That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. He did he did push him. Okay. His hair, that was gross. What you just said, was that the truth? Yes, I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are. Please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you. Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim. It feels like my hemorrhoids are doing I can't. Even Payne was shocked by that statement, but that is a very pun-worthy pun for this game. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. Thank you for the hydrate. Normally I have tea. I still have coffee from earlier. We'll see if I regret that later. I didn't want to waste it. So I'm probably going to be up late. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there dead. Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that. As who says? A simple explanation indeed. At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted. But, see, I would have loved to see this cosplay at Katsucon, because this seems like casual, comfortable, good to have a mask, because there were so many people there that actually people in my room did get COVID. And, like, people would still recognize that you're Phoenix Wright. Like, I could do this. When I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that. Miss Faye. Let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that? Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. I could just kiss him. Is that weird? That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. We knew that. So what kinds of things did Mr. Swallow say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl. Is that all? Yep. Well, Miss Fay, you heard him yourself. Oh boy, you're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Anyway, after he said that, I lost my temper and gave him a shove. Can you tell me about what happened in a little more detail? That guy, he just said what he wanted to say to me. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. I mean, I see people with canes cosplay. I've seen people in wheelchairs, like the hover round type things. I mean, that shouldn't stop you from, like, dressing up how you want to dress up as. Honestly. That's just my opinion, but it does seem like a pretty simple, easy costume to do. Like, this was... When was this? This was 2021, I think. I haven't really had a booth in a while, but I was boothing at this convention in Jacksonville, and there was a girl in a wheelchair. I mean, I didn't ask about her condition. She didn't have legs, but she was the most badass Azula from Avatar I think I've ever seen. Like, she looked on point. It was so fucking good. So, like, I don't think that should ever stop anyone from dressing up how you want to dress up as. But I will say, walking around in cosplay can be tiresome. Especially, like, I noticed after this past weekend, I was, like, not getting enough exercise because, like, my feet were hurting. Like, I was just wearing, like, these, like, simple, like, boots that I've, like, worn before. I need to put, like, some, like, Dr. Scholl's in there or something next time because it hurts. I'm not used to having, like, a little bit of a heel in my step. Anyway. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest. Just a light, gentle shove that knocked him to the ground. And when you did that, there were no severed cable anywhere to be seen? Right, there was nothing like that at all. But is it possible that you merely overlooked it? Well, I guess it's possible. What are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll over you like cheap asphalt. I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred. Let's continue on with the testimony, witness. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A loud noise? And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like snap. You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was. Depending on the angle or position of the hand, the light push could actually knock on a door. Oh, I believe it. Also, snap sounds like a cable snapping, Phoenix. Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Let's ask for more details. I know I'm kind of like going on like a con rant here, but I found out from a friend that like those like yaoi paddles got banned because This was like in the early 2000s, I think. So this was like a long time ago. But they get banned at most conventions because like back in the day, like some guy like hit a girl on the back, and I don't know how hard he hit her, but like he hit her in like the exact spot where it like I think it paralyzed her. It's like those like wooden paddle things. And I think they would just say like yowie on it. I'm like, that's insane. The twist is, after 2 games, we find out that the stupid clients are Phoenix's punishment for this. It's like, yeah, he gets mad at us for, or he gets mad at his clients for lying, and he literally lied. And is doing the same exact stuff. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important, so try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Literally sounds like a whip or like an electrical cable. Could it have been? Yes, could it have been? Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it and it broke. Ow. That was probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? And did that umbrella belong to the victim? Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella. Cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. Ooh. Even back then, Phoenix was very shady. He throws shade, like sometimes it's very subtle, but he could be kind of nasty. I've noticed. Then again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Miss Faye, what do you think? Is there something important in that testimony just now? Well, we're just gonna say it's important. This is it, Mia, the new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony. Damn. How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. After I shoved him, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. But in the picture, it was like off to the side. So Mr. Swallow fell on top of his umbrella, and you are certain of this? Yeah, it was right there under him. Actually, if it hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for myself. Oh my god. The umbrella, you mean? Well, yeah, you see, I was wearing the sweater here. Dolly stayed up late for nights at a time knitting it for me. I didn't want the rain to dampen the handmade symbol of her love. Oh, my stomach is not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia. Ah, I'm so sorry. Continue on with your testimony, witness. So I think that's where we do a contradiction. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. After you shoved the victim, did you leave the scene right away? Yes, I did. I admit it. I was furious. You left without even checking Mr. Swallow's condition. Well, yeah. But like I said, I got worried about him later. So I went back, but he was just lying there dead. Unless we can find something that shows his innocence from that testimony, my dear, I'm afraid the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever. Yes, sir. Well, see, technically the umbrella, if it's not in the same area, that kind of does show that, like, maybe Phoenix did see him fall in the umbrella, but something happened after that killed him. That's where I think we're going with this. Right now I need more info that will help me turn up some contradictions. But there was one last thing we didn't press. Oh. Okay. I hate that it cycles through this text like this. Okay. Okay, there we go. At that time, did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime? Just answer the question. Nobody. Jeez, could that stupid cough possibly sound any phonier? In that case, it's very hard to believe someone else could have been in the murderer. Unless we... Okay. So that's what I think I'm gonna go with. Hold on. He fell down on top of his cheap umbrellas, because the crime scene shows the umbrella all the way over there. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I knew it. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments early. What do you mean by that? Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. Also, in this photo, he's on his stomach, not his back. If you push some... Well, the way they showed him pushing was, you know, him falling on his back. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No. Yeah. Please. Order the victim. He moved? Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now? Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene. I want it presented as evidence immediately. Ooh, okay. Owned by the victim. Found broken near an electrical pole at the crime scene. But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind. According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. I do love this theme. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind. But I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment. No! I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. Okay, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was a loud sound when this happened. Well done, Mia. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about? This judge... I mean, this is a sham court. We know this already. Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying. Let me guess, you have another witness. Exactly, and this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible. I bet it's Dahlia. Well, who is this witness? Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean... Dolly? I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place. What? I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear. Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this. You can't be serious. Mia, what do you mean by that? It's me, Kitten the Killer. Well, we don't know that she's the killer, but I mean, come on. It's the first episode. I think this is a good point for us to stop at. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. I mean, in this game, like I said before, people, at the most minor of inconveniences, they will kill somebody in this world. Ms. Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright. Yeah, so I guess I can start to relax then, huh? Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts. But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why. Something tells me that's not gonna turn out the way that should. Just knowing in the future. The love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. The clear response was murder, right? Dolly and I, we first met about 8 months ago right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway. One day, she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave this to me the day we met as a symbol of our love. That looks gaudy. I'll just say it. It doesn't look like it fits him. She had been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, I want you to carry this. Was this the day of the murder? So she gave it to you as a present, I see. This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, all right. It makes me so happy I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. Interesting. What's in that little bottle? Anyway. So after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What? What a strange girl asking for a present back like that. That's a little weird. By the way, Mr. Wright. The day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago. Was Death Becomes Her... Was that the movie with, Susan Sarandon and, oh my god. Meryl Streep, right? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I loved that movie. We don't get campy movies like that anymore, sadly. It wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you... This happened on August 27th, right here in this courthouse. Oh, Goldie Hawn. Why was I thinking Susan Sarandon? I guess they kind of look similar-ish. Susan Sarandon would have been too young then, I think. What's this, a newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder? She hasn't aged. Yeah, that too. What are you reading there? Let me see that. So she might have taken the potion. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say, and I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. You believe there is some connection between these two cases, am I correct? Ooh, can we read that? I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself. Ah, yes, but I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find. Thank you. I want you to do whatever I can, or I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We'd better all get moving. I want to look at that real quick. Can we look at it? Very little information is being disclosed at this time since the victim of yesterday's incident in the district courthouse cafeteria is said to have been a lawyer. However, police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim. So she just loves murdering people. Interesting. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. Well, not in real life. It was not. Not in real life. I'm going to take a very quick break just to get up and stretch and stuff. And then I feel like we're halfway through it. Again, I can't remember like how long these like beginner episodes are, but I feel like we're halfway through it. So I will be right back, and then we should hopefully finish it up, and then maybe we'll start the next episode, just maybe. So I'll BRB. All right, I am back. Let's do this. I think we already saved, but we'll do it again anyway. Thank you, kitten. Now kitten's gonna be in the game herself, so let's see how this turns out. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness. The next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand. I mean, that's not good for her if she witnessed it. Oh, please. Oh my god. Not the butterflies. What's with this stiff silence? Please. In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. It's my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity. I can't believe he actually said that. Oh, now then, witness, could you please state your full name? Don't worry, sweetie, there's no need to be nervous. If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them right down to size. And I will bash them with my gavel. I love how they look straight at me when they say that. Thank you for calming my nerves. You were all so nice. I almost feel right at home. Not at all. It was nothing. If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Please. I can't wait to see her snap. I love watching them snap. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to... What the fuck? Mia! I was like, they're not gonna say that reference, right? We're done. We're done. I can't. I mean, Khaleesi's milkshake had been out for, I think, around when this game came out, so... Oh my god. They did not just say that. That broke me. That broke me. There's no way... Sir? Is there something I can help you with? You just go on and say whatever is on your mind. I'm sure that there must be some kind of mistake. Beanie wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it. Yes, I can see why you'd say that. She's going to be a tough witness, all right. It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger. Oh my god. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please. I'm clipping that later. There's just... I had been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. That's when Feeny noticed that I was there. I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities. I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Hi, Slyanetta. Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please tell us the truth. But I would never... That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. What do you mean by that? Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. Teehee? You haven't changed a bit. Mia Fey. She knows her? What's this? So you two are acquainted? Yes, we've met before, once. Oh, what if this was the case from a year ago that she lost? In any case, Ms. Fey, the floor is all yours. It's good to see you again, Madam Fey. Madam? I'm no one's grandma yet, girly. Oh, drag her. Yeah, mine's been a day. I mean, it's my weekend was relaxing. It was like the first, like, I haven't really got to relax since my trip because of work, so we're doing all right. I had been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Feeny and Dougie, they were... Oh, wait, okay, so wait, let's just stop pressing. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Wright is in the art department. If that's the case, then what were you doing by the pharmacology building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese senryu poetry. Oh, how wonderful. It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes? Nothing left to do. When a man reaches this age, sleep is his best friend. That's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midlife crisis. For me to get to the art department, I have to walk through that back area. Ah, yes, I see. That makes sense. When I want to enter the courthouse, I always walk through the front doors. How else would you enter? Teleportation? Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. So who is this Dougie person? Oh, I'm sorry, Doug Swallow. We were dating until about 8 months ago. So what were Dougie, Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright talking about anyway? How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined. That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. My God. The way that they are shrimping for her. They are so shrimping for her. Why am I being demonized here? Please go on. What did you see next? Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim, is that right? I was watching the whole time. Feeny never did a thing to Dougie. If I press her for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. Do we have a contradiction? Well, we have Phoenix's testimony, but he doesn't. The testimony here in the description doesn't say that he pushed him. It just says that he fell. We'll leave it alone for now. I suppose her statement works in our favor for now. I'll hold off on looking into it any deeper until it's necessary. Very well, young lady. Please go on with your testimony. Withholding rabbit ran to get wine by demonized. That's when Feeny noticed I was there. And what did Mr. Wright say when he saw you? Hi, Dolly. It's going good. I'm sorry. I was so flustered that I really don't remember. Please forgive me. You don't remember. Well, that's common enough. Sometimes I can't recall a sentence I passed only minutes prior. Please, someone, anyone, stop him before he gets hurt by me. Oh, I love Mia. I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities. When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department? Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs. Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct? That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow, they all seemed to know what was going on. The students knew what was going on. That's a little weird. But how could the students have known what was going on? Well, I don't know for sure that they knew what had happened. It's just they all seemed kind of excited about something. Doesn't look like I'm going to get any more info about the students. So did the students call the police? Yes. I was just so panicked. Yes, well anyone would have been, my dear. That girl, she's telling a super obvious lie and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's gotta be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm going to have to dig deep to find the contradiction on this one. Okay. There was a statement that she said that we could have pressed further, and I decided not to. Was it this one? Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim, is that right? I was watching the whole time. Feeny never did a thing to Dougie. If I press her for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. Do we have a contradiction that we can prove? Like, I'm thinking maybe this. The testimony from earlier. Let's try it. Also, hi Zever, welcome in. Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne, so let's drop them, shall we? What? I would never. Miss Fay, I will not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. Also, thank you, Dolly. Yes, we have to have the full image here. That is, she has no supporting. Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job. Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim. What? There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth. There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw. Yes, Your Honor, I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony. Looks like we're finally getting somewhere. Okay. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. You didn't see it? Well, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground, and at that time, there was only the two of them at the scene. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow. Yes, that's right. It didn't look... Did she add this too? It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. So then what did it look like they were doing to you? I thought that they were having a nice, friendly afternoon conversation. Oh, give me a break. That's why I really wasn't watching them all that closely. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge. Oh, I like the sound of that, Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Oh, and I didn't hear anything in... Oh, okay. So she would have heard the loud sound. Yeah. You say you didn't hear anything unusual, is that correct? Yes, that's why I was very relaxed, looking at the scenery around me. I love Mia. That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright, and he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that? If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable. But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. May I have a moment to answer? By all means. I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on, and I was listening to music at the time. Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered? The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet, so the sky continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder, so I put my headphones on to block it out. God. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all. Wait a sec, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case. There was lightning, I think. Your Honor, there is a problem with the witness's testimony. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct? Yes, what about it? Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere, am I right? Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Fay. Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? Why are they all acting shocked? No pun intended. I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me. Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was, in fact, the victim of a stray bolt. And that, too. It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental? It would be a first for us, but it's possible. All right, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty. Ooh. I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Fay. Huh? I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on that day at that location. So then, okay, so then the witness lied then. What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is this evidence? This affidavit. And who is this affidavit from? The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read out to the court the testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day. Was it a blackout? All of the lab's equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because... Precisely, they lost power because of the severed electrical cable. The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m., which fits with the time of death listed in the autopsy report. Exactly, in other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. It could still be an accident. Like, according to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future. I see. Apparently, the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break. Okay, the old power cable broke due to some sort of impact on 4-9 at 2:55. But his watch stopped at 3 o'clock. However, there is one thing that troubles me. If the cables could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct? Well, I suppose you could say that. Miss Fay, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable? Your Honor. I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try to regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? I feel like I'm not paying attention here. So Phoenix pushed him, but the cables weren't broken at that point. Who or what? Also, let's save. Hold on. Or I can't save. Crap. I mean, we have like full health anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Any small bump. I mean, his umbrella could have bumped into it. That's possible. This is it. This is why the cable snapped. Well, Your Honor. No. I believe that the only thing that has snapped is this mind of the defense. Oh. That was one of your best lines yet, Your Honor. Ouch, that was harsh. Please, Your Honor, give me one more chance. Also, let's save. Now let's save. Well, then let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? Unless it's a person. Like... No. Unless, are we pinning it on Dahlia? Is it Phoenix? Oh. Please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony, the defendant's testimony. He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened at around 3 p.m., correct? Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that the lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline? In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage. Oh. The prosecution also came to that same conclusion. And it was that very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted. I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. What's that supposed to mean? Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right, the victim banged into that pole as a result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break. Well, that makes sense, and then the victim was electrocuted. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by the severed cable in the foreground here. In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim. Ah, the lamentations of my enemy, how I've longed to hear them. Thing. It's true, the defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have done it. Mr. Judge, sir, may I say something? The Madam Attorney's explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them. She acts like we're that much older than her. We're older than her by like 4 years. Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time, please, Mr. Judge? Oh my God. Of course it's all right. Just go right ahead and give your new testimony. This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors. The truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him. But Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. That's still not fitting because if he was pushed at 2:55 and it broke. The murder was at 3. That's 5 minutes. So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away. And that is when the defendant pushed him for the second time. Thank you for that, DJ. I'm so sorry, Feeney, but I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge? Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. My God. Now then, Miss Fay, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, I love that he was still a clown back then. The truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. True? I know, I'm sorry, I wanted to protect Feeney. So that's why you basically lied to the court? I was a bad girl, I know. Mr. Judge? Yes? Would you please forgive little old me? It was just a little old white lie. We'll forget it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright? Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge. Not at all. The judge had better be more careful himself. A dark alley is friendlier than that girl. Ooh. The first time was into the electrical pole, that's when the cable broke. You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole? I know he doesn't look it, but Feeney can be a bit of an imp when he wants to be. Oh, really? But I never imagined that he would cause an electrical cable to break. Feeney really is scary when he gets mad. Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him. So let me get this straight. You were happily listening to music on your headphones while you watched the scene unfold? Miss Faye, I'll have to ask you to stop badgering the witness. I wasn't happy. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. I know, literally, kitten. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on. Cheer them on? What do you mean by that? Well, I wish the best for them both and that they would each give the fight their all. That's very sweet of you to be so supportive. And what happened after that? The Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. That doesn't sound quite right. There were handprints found on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints found on the back of his leather jacket? Well, no, there weren't. Madam Faye, may I suggest that you listen a little bit more carefully? I said that he crashed into him from behind, right? My Feeney wouldn't leave any prints behind in that case, would he? Sounds like that's what you did. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. See, I think this is where we contradict. Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry, I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away. That's understandable. Yes, indeed, it would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold. If I don't figure out the contradiction here, it's all over. She didn't have much time to come up with her lie, so this is my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. I really think it's the time thing. But what do we show to contradict? Because this shows death was at 3 p.m. And then this says 2:55. And this game can be unforgiving sometimes because technically in the real world, you could present both. And the music is still going, so it tells me it doesn't want us to present this one. Okay, well, let's try this. Again, but both of them work because they both have timestamps. That's enough, witness. I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture? And there's that too, I suppose. Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeney likes to take for his cold. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m. Oh, so we didn't even present this part, though. Yes, and your point is, Ms. Faye? My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered the power outage due to the cable snapping? Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Would you care to explain to the court, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow. Order. This is nonsense. The real murderer? Even you can't deny that the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for. Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it? There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow, only after my client had left the scene. Was there a window of opportunity for the real killer? Ms. Fay, is the defense ready to indict someone as this real killer? I mean, it's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor, we are ready. Very well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Okay, well, let's save again, because we've already lost health. Now then, Miss Fay, let's have it. Who is the real killer? I mean, I guess we have to accuse her. There's literally no one else we could pin this on. It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne. How can you? The defense is grasping at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing that time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you. Miss Fay. Why, that is to say... Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands. Not the wind. How can you say something so mean, Madam Fay? I didn't do anything. Miss Fay. Ooh. We haven't heard that in a minute. Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say. You? What is it? Please strike everything the defense said just now from the record. Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Fay. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that. Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man. Leave my Dolly alone. Well, that boy. He's gotten himself in way over his head. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back. It seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping. Ooh, oh, so he left during the recess. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Can we read it? This was the prior case. This happened at the courthouse cafeteria, 4 p.m., Diego Armando. Oh, suspect, Dahlia Hawthorne. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. It's from the necklace. It has to be. This is giving Game of Thrones. Yeah. Giving Game of Thrones. With, what's her face? Interesting. And she wanted it back. She probably wanted to poison him. Phoenix wouldn't give the necklace back. You'd better take a good look at it. It, details how you came to lose your boyfriend. Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, really, Your Honor, May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor? Ah, don't you worry, my dear. I have this situation well in hand. My God. Go right ahead. Madam Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying that you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright. I told you that you should let me handle this. Weep. Sorry, please go ahead. How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. Dolly is giving all people that go by Dolly a bad name. She hasn't snapped yet. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for poor little me to bear. Oh, I believe the girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be. The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement, and 8 months ago was when she started dating Phoenix. I don't know if that's connected, but it's interesting. So an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building, and then that same day, the two of them accidentally meet. I wonder if Phoenix just took the necklace, just being like a himbo, being like, I'm gonna wear this, he, and she's like, well, give it back, and then she just starts dating him to try to get the necklace back because it has poison in it. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. Further testimony? What about the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What could that possibly have to do with this case? The witness claims that she has no reason to frame the defendant, am I correct? Well, I have evidence that suggests that she, in fact, had a very good reason. Very well, then, the court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a bit longer? Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne. How I Met My Feeny, please. I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We're so lovey-wovey, we literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think. My God. Mr. Wright, do that again and you will be held in contempt of court. See, I just think of Mr. Feeny from Boy Meets World when she says Feeny. And now we enter the final act of our little drama. As we used to say in the days of my youth, go get her. And no one has ever said that. Okay, so she met him 8 months ago, which I don't think we are doubting that. So until that time, you had been dating Doug Swallow. Yes, I'm a real fool, I know. Letting my emotions change so quickly. I'm ashamed of myself. Mr. Feeny was from this show on Disney Channel called Boy Meets World. It was from the 90s, early 2000s. And Mr. Feeny was their teacher. He was this funny old man that was in a lot of the episodes, and he was kind of a mentor to them all. And then I think when they go to college, I think Mr. Feeney becomes a professor too. They like keep him written in the show. Boy Meets World, I don't know. Like they did reruns a lot. Like Disney Channel back then had like a lot of good staple like sitcom shows, and that was one of them. But I don't think it was on like super late. But it is older. Like I would say like late 90s, like early 2000s. They did like not a remake, but like a reboot sort of. There was like Girl Meets World where it was like the main character's daughter is like because it's like one of those like I don't want to say I guess it was kind of like a coming of age kind of show, like middle school, high school kind of thing. It was good. Boy Meets World was good. I don't think Girl Meets World got kind of like the same reception. It was a good show though. Not at all. Look at me. I'm infamous for changing my mind. Yeah. My critics have even taken to calling me Judge Fickle. Maybe you should look for a different line of work. And unfortunately, he doesn't. Despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict. That's why some people also call him the Great Judgini. Oh my god. He doesn't deserve that kind of compliment. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. Netflix and touch tips. Welcome in. The courthouse reading room, that's a strange place to meet the love of your life. That's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Feeney was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in a courthouse reading room? This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case. Why is the girl in pink so cute? Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. She's most likely the murderer here, which this game likes to do that. Unfortunately. But a lot of the characters in this game, like, are very campy and cute, which I love. Even the murderers. Ms. Faye, I'm warning you, if this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case, I have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I'd better tread carefully. What is he gonna do, dock points? Your Honor, if you'll allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please ask her to continue on with her testimony. Very well. Young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room? If it pleases Your Honor, the answer is simply this. Not Disney Plus impressed. Which Disney... Oh, wait, no. Someone's combining soon. Is something in Peacock. Which you could probably make a pun about that, too. Someone's joining with Peacock. I think it might be Paramount. They're all just merging. Everyone's merging. I had come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing. You were writing a paper on what? On the relationship between modern Senryu poetry and the criminal underworld. Oh, that sounds like a fascinating research idea. Am I getting old? Now I've even forgotten what I've forgotten. Again with the midlife crisis stuff? What if she's actually not 20 and she's like one of those people that like doesn't age? What if that's the twist here? Like she doesn't even go to school. She's like a fake student. Also, thank you for the follow, Akio. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Or that idiot, Akio, but if I could just call you Akio. Why did that girl really come to this courthouse? Isn't that what you wanted to know? And speaking of forgetting things, you haven't forgotten the police report, have you? I went through a lot of trouble to get it, my dear, so be sure to read it carefully. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. Egg or K? If I can remember, I can call you Egg or K. So what was it about Mr. Wright that made your heart malfunction like that? In my personal opinion, he just looks like a typical snotty-nosed college brat. Perhaps to a woman your age. Okay, we have to stop here. Wait a minute. So it doesn't have... She's 20. Mia's like 23 here or something. Ma'am... And I'm not even kidding. I think there is a twist here. I bet you she is like much older and she's like putting on a facade. Like, what was that one horror movie? The Orphan, where she wasn't like a child. She ended up being like an adult. That's Dahlia. Well, thank you for stopping by, Akia. We'll be playing this again. Probably next Thursday, if you're into this sort of game. Orphan, yeah. Also, welcome in, Cinema. It's just weird that, like, she's, like, talking about me being old, but then, like, all her little haikus are about, like, midlife crises. I think that was based... I don't remember. I don't think I saw the original, but I did try to watch the remake, or not the remake, the sequel, and I feel like I have to watch the first one first to, like, fully appreciate it. But I've heard a lot of people love that movie. But I think once you know the twist, though, I think that kind of, like, going back and watching it, like, isn't the same. I already, like, know that it happens now. The haiku is for sympathy from the judge. Maybe. That's true. Perhaps to you, Miss Hawthorne, but to the rest of the planet, he's a dime a dozen. Love is a mysterious thing, and I object to this line of questioning. If you were to look at my wife, for example, you might all be shocked. He's telling the truth. It was truly, truly shocking. Beautiful mushroom growing tall in the darkness. It comes from cow dung. Okay, well, she heard us talking about the midlife stuff and she changed her theme. So... that's the poem that best describes how I feel about my Feeny. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. Were there any bad feelings between you and Mr. Swallow? No, none at all. We parted on very good terms. But that can't be. Our investigation also shows that it was a clean breakup. Huh? Are you sure? Yes, it seems that they both wanted it that way. You think he gave her a piece of shit? That's what she's insinuating. So the victim wanted to break up with her. Let's press further. So you're saying that Mr. Swallow also wanted to break up with you? Well, you see... my God, can you let us get a word in? What a cruel thing to ask a lovely young lady like this. By the way, I have never once considered leaving my wife. No one cares, Mr. Payne. She didn't deny it, that must mean. Doug Swallow must have seen through her little act. And he did warn Phoenix. He must have gotten a glimpse of her true nature. Listen to me, Mia. That woman has the judge in the palm of her hand, you see. So the only way to discredit her is to find a contradiction in her testimony. Well, I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. I had come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing. I wonder if this is the contradiction because there is this report that shows that she was here as a suspect. Where is it? Is it this? Let's try this. Yep. You weren't here to write a paper, ma'am. Ms. Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason? What is the meaning of that cocky smile on your face, Miss Fay? 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy. Another tragedy? Do you mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned? The name of the suspect in that incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne. What? And you think the judge would have remembered her, too, if she was in another case? Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago. Order, order. This is unbelievable. It's true then, the loveliest rose can hide the cruelest thorn. Miss Faye, that's not fair. You can't slander my witness. I, Winston Payne, will not allow it. Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking. Pardon me? Go right ahead. It's true that about 8 months ago, the police expressed some interest in me. Expressed some interest, huh? Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during that incident 8 months ago. I see. Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. I can only assume the judge has developed some memory loss, literally. Now I've just got to stay on the offensive. Well done, Mia. Ooh, you've really lit a fire in my heart, and my buttocks. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids. Again, that's disgusting. The poisoning. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. Well, I think you do know. So that's what happened here 8 months ago. However, as you've heard from the witness's testimony, she had nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks. I am terribly sorry, Mr. Payne, but I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today. And I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination. What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger? Aha, Mia, you're glowing with a true lawyer's aura, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence. Absolutely smashing. He's been sharing about his hemorrhoids for like 3 hours. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria today. What were you talking about with the defense attorney? Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential. According to the report, you were being interviewed regarding another case. The lawyer that was killed. He said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up in when I was younger. Why don't you tell us all what that incident was? That has absolutely nothing at all to do with this case. Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken from the record. You get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne? Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign. Don't worry, Dolly, I'll protect you. You heard the man. Now that is true love, young lady. Oh, Feeny, please. Those two really are making me ill, albeit for decidedly different reasons. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. How long were you gone? I've already answered all these questions with the police, but if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes? And where were you during that stretch of time? Using the toilet? What are you saying, Miss Faye? Toilet? My perfect little dolly doesn't poop. I'm done. I'm just done. I can't do this anymore. Yeah, people piss and but you know what? They also shit. Everybody shits. Yes, women do in fact poop. She could literally run to the restroom to like clear up her makeup. I don't know. It's just the stereotype. Oh, she's so pretty and gorgeous. She doesn't defecate at all. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of the court's time. Objection sustained. Miss Hawthorne, please continue with your testimony. I think Phoenix is just stupid at this point in his life. Because again, this was in the past. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. About how much liquid is 2 teaspoons? I mean, my bottle of eye drop says it's half a fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons. So it's about 2/3 of that amount, huh? The poison was found in the lawyer's mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quietly slipped it in there. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. A special kind of poison? How so? Well, I heard that it's almost impossible to detect. Oh? And where would something like that come from? I'm sorry, all I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They said something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it. Chemical processes? Well, that's quite impressive. Most impressive. The better question is, how did the criminal get something like that? What if she got it from the pharmacology lab? So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. And that's the reason they didn't arrest you? Because no one could show how you could have gotten the poison? I think that's a good enough reason, Madam Faye. He's right, and I think we've all had enough of Ms. Faye's questions. Oh, because Doug was in pharmacology, yeah. So in essence, the main reason Ms. Hawthorne was never arrested for this crime was because no one could show how she could have obtained the poison. Then all we have to do is find a way to establish how she could have gotten some, right? Great, now just how did a lit student get a hold of poison of all things? Well, therein lies the clue, huh? Because she was dating. So do we present him? Yeah, we're so smart. You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison? I don't believe you. What? In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab. Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow? That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Ms. Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow, and if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University. Pharmacology? His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Also loving this music. Oh, we are climaxing here. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seems you had access to such a poison after all. And then, it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at this very table. You. It looks like we're like shouting at her because of the wind. Order, could it be? That's nothing but a baseless... May I say something, Madam Faye? What is it, Miss Hawthorne? The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some kind of container. And we have that container with us right now. Well, yes, that's true. I was searched immediately after the incident took place. And that's when she gave the necklace to Phoenix. Oh my god. And she's literally just been dating him, just trying to get the necklace back. Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down. But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they? She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Playing the long game, yeah. You could have easily gotten rid of something that small. Excuse me, madam, but this is a court of law. If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show me some kind of proof. Proof? She got me good with that. Provide some evidence or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Unless we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead. The police conducted a full body search of Dahlia and the entire courthouse, and yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred. If you're going to accuse the young lady of committing the murder, then where's the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it? It's right here. You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone that had nothing to do with the case. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched. Who was this person? Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course. So the defendant was this witness's accomplice? Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. What? But that's... that's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does it mean, Ms. Faye? The day that the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago, August 27th, the very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. All for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away. What? Are you saying there's a deadly poison in here? No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount. No! Order in the court. God. On behalf of Dolly, I object. Mr. Wright, control yourself. I won't let you bully her like this. Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat. Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her? Why? Because I'm madly in love with her. Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time. Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway? Well, I guess she must be madly in love with me too. Mr. Wright, please, open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone the real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is because of that necklace. Dahlia Hawthorne was not, and is not, madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What a strange girl asking for a present back like that. For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back. And I wonder if Doug knew what she did and was going to tell somebody, and that's when she killed him. You're lying. But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. That's why she... I don't believe you. Oh no, Phoenix is crying! Now I feel bad. Defendant, he's getting away. Bailiff, hurry after him. Oh my god. Please. Mia, are you alright? Yes, I think so. That boy, he went completely insane. Where's Mr. Wright? It looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough. Thank goodness. Oh no. What is it? That's Grossberg, Braxton, and he hasn't shut the fuck up about his hemorrhoids, so you'll find that he's not cute. because he's talking about his hemorrhoids and his butt. The bottle necklace, Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone. What? Well, I don't love that. Yeah, no, it's not. Also, you missed, there was a fucking milkshake reference. I will be clipping it later because I'm still in shock that they fucking quoted the milkshake song. That's terrible. Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me. Foolish boy, that's the only thing that could have saved him. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? Yes. Yes, Brexton. Because this judge and the prosecutor have been, like, swooning over this witness. Oh, yeah, he did say they were pulsating and inflamed. I don't believe you. Well, I'll be posting it later for proof. Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court. I'm sorry. But yeah, but also this is in the past. I'm afraid that your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace? Forgive me, I'm sorry. It's okay, just give back the necklace. I ate it. Please, I can't. You what? You ate it? It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first, but yeah. Oh, he's really just dumb. What is he doing now? Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bottle you swallowed may have had some poison left in it. This is pretty wild for, like, a tutorial case, I will say. It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly that bottle did not contain a deadly poison. How can you be so sure? I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive. Well, he's patting that poof of hair because, as we find out in the future, that hair is no longer there. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overactive imagination. So it would seem. No, there must be some mistake. The bottle must not have had any poison left in it. Either that or the poison must have lost its potency. There, it's all right, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see that you placed this much faith in Mr. Wright. I understated, Diva. Well, it's what hair he's got to work with for a short time. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong. That's enough? Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of the events. But why? This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand, but in a court of law, evidence is everything. Okay, but someone just fucking ate it. What do you do when someone eats the evidence? Even after I proved so much, is she going to get away with everything? Well, now that the suspicion surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to proceed. Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? That day, the day I met Doug Swallow. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Ooh. Poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time, too. It could only have been her. That girl is a thief. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Even arsenic is... Yeah, I have heard about that, actually. There was, so me and my friend Charlene, she's in here sometimes. Her name's in Livind. We used to work for this medical billing company, and this happened before I started working there. But she told me that there was a doctor that worked for the company that we worked for, and people would call in just to talk about that story. I guess he did this to his wife. This was like a true story. He like slowly poisoned her. I don't know if it was with arsenic. I'll have to ask her. And so like people would just call in just to talk about it, and we'd have to like direct them to some media line or whatever. But that was before I worked there, but she'd tell me about it all the time. Wait, but was he poisoned? There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly. Your Honor, the defendant is Miss Faye. You tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent. So Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow. The night before? Maybe she put it in the pills? Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone. Ms. Faye. If you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this. Mia, this is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wanted to get back, therefore. Exactly who was Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill? She could have been trying to kill Phoenix to get the necklace back. Which seems extreme. But again, in this game, you know, at the most minor of inconvenience, they need something, time to kill. There was one person that was standing squarely in Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne's way. And that person was Mr. Phoenix Wright. Me? That's preposterous. After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered. Well, it's true that that's how things worked out. But let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Ms. Hawthorne was planning to poison was, in fact, you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else that it could be. But how can that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Ms. Hawthorne were in love. Because his bottle of pills were stolen, too. Poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear it. As I said before, the only thing Ms. Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to that incident 8 months ago. That's right. The bottle necklace. That's all she cared about. But even so, why would she go so far as to murder him? 8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could think of only one thing: how to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible. No, it can't be. It was a pretty good move she made, too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met. You mean that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright? Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. That can't be true. Feeny, what a joke you are. Please. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me. Miss Hawthorne. It appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine, I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that, but first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a snack. Well, hey, old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face? Miss Hawthorne, what's happened to you? Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge? Not the butterflies coming back, please. With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. I mean, ma'am, you have killed at least 2 people that we know of. This is how I see myself. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now if you don't mind. But we're not finished. Fine, then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. Oh my god. Ma'am, you're going to prison. You don't talk about Mia that way. I can't let her get away this time. Stop, Mia. An evil bitch or a sweet angel with butterflies around me. If you keep on pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer. The ultimate price? You'd be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid. No. You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Faye. Or should I say, Ms. Gray. Oh my god, I fucking hate her. I'm sorry, kitten. But she's talking so much shit on Mia, and I cannot have that. I cannot. Not in my courtroom. Well, Ms. Faye, can you provide evidence? No, we don't love her, Brexton. We love Mia. Mia is the blueprint. She's literally, like, the foundation of this game. Can you provide evidence that would establish her guilt once and for all? If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. But to be honest, at this point, I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof. Impossible, you can't possibly. Stupid woman. It is the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will allow only one piece of evidence to be presented. Just one. If you are unable to establish her guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright. I understand, Your Honor. I can just imagine the headlines for tomorrow's newspaper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar. She was planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there. I think it's in the pill bottle. Ms. Faye, please present your evidence. Show to this court irrefutable proof that Ms. Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright. What do you guys think? Because, remember, he said it was he lost it around lunchtime. And that's when she probably took it to put poison in it, because he did have a cold. And So I wonder if Doug actually died because of this, because it was in his hands. Let's just see what happens. Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilt once and for all. Cold Killer X, Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine. Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold? If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned. What? Remember what the defendant said in his testimony? But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some. Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was hoarding the medicine. I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence? Huh? What are you talking about? 8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room, my client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poisoned bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright. I believe she did testify that she was going to meet with the defendant. Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and the victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. That's when she realized, I can't allow Doug Swallow to live. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim, and on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she puts it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying that bottle of poisoned cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago? 8 months ago? Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it, in this case, Doug Swallow. Well, oh, come on now, everyone. Surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman, she's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? Huh? Yes, that's exactly right. It's just pure desperation. I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some? Well, Mr. Wright ate that necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. I mean, that's smart. Oh, she's pissed. Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Mia Fey? She's gonna snap. That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours. For the time being? Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge, I'll see you later too, okay? Why, yes. I'm gonna go spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best. Wait, what? It's finally all over. Oh, police. It's finally all over. The killer is escaping! I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim. She killed the butterflies. I must have missed the butterflies part. We didn't get the killer is escaping, sadly, but that one's also pretty solid. Your witness seems to have accepted it. I don't care. I'm Winston Payne, and I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer has said. Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this. Yes? Would you care to try this cold medicine? What? Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said... There, it's all right, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Did the butterflies burn up? I didn't even notice that. Oh my god, not Cameron Michaels. Although it wasn't Cameron Michaels' fault. I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right? Well, you see, yes. And here, I was like so focused on her eyes turning evil. And here comes the backpedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this one? Are you willing to bet your life? Well, he also said he takes cold killer X, so he's not allergic to it. Oh my god. He lost his hair. I guess it happened sooner than we thought. That happened to me one time. Same Kivo. Mr. Payne, about Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, Your Honor. I'll file papers for her immediate arrest. Tragic, but not surprising. Mia really has that power. Literally wig snatching. It's okay. I believe you. I'll rewatch it. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning. Oh, please. I will clip that, sir, for where you were all going on about her milkshake. Don't lie. Just admit you were wrong. By the way, Ms. Faye. Yes, Your Honor. Was it just me, or did you and Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other? Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case. Also, she said they were going to meet again. That's interesting. I wonder if it's going to be sometime soon. Very well. Mr. Payne, this can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It's like losing to my daughter. It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. Does the defendant have anything further to say? It can't be true, my dear Dolly. Please. Very well then. I believe I am ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Love that. Love that. This court is adjourned. Mia, you were wonderful in there. Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg. During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius. See, there he goes. Mr. Grossberg, do you, maybe think you could stop talking about them? That's rather rude. It's rude for you to be talking about them. It's not rude for us to ask you to stop. Anyway, this case really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client? Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who have lost sight of this. Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations. Thanks. You know, I was thinking... Go on. The dolly that I saw up there on the witness stand, I don't think that was really her... What? Yeah, the Dolly I know could never have said those kinds of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something. Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to figure out about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake. Yeah, you're right. That's probably for the best. Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little. But out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up. Eek, what kind of company does this guy keep? Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying, but I thought you were in the art department. Well, yeah, I am, but there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time. I see. Say, Miss Faye? A lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself, but I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. Aww. I hope we see each other again someday, maybe even in court. And they do! That's gonna make me cry. Oh, it's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned and managed to save my friend, but Mia has passed on to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Interesting. Mia is gone now, but even so, I can hear her in my mind. Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. Well, actually, the previous episode, we had to not believe in our client. Actually. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. But I would say, how many cases have we had? Like 10? 9 out of 10 cases we should have believed in our client. 5 long years. Something has happened that's made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that is a story for another day. Aww. That was so cute. Gonna make me tear up. Ooh, okay. Episode 2, The Stolen Turnabout. And that's the new prosecutor, I think. I wonder, okay. I think we could maybe start the next episode. Like at least do like the investigation part. I don't think we're gonna get to the trial part. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier, Katrina, but like there was a lot like that I need to post it in Discord. I think I actually showed you though. Or maybe I only showed Cherry. I got some of the photo shoot. Like I caught part of it. Yeah, there was a lot of him. So he must be like popular, right? There was like 3 or 4 of him, it felt like. There was almost more him than Edgeworth. People love him. Oh, wow. Beep, beep, beep. Sounds like Mario Kart. What the fuck? Detective, we made it. What a relief. Glad the jewel is still safe. And thank you for the follow, Jabels. You said it, pal. It must have been our rock. Oh. Would you mind opening the safe just to double check? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. That was actually a pretty like solid like tutorial case because that was more substantial than the other ones we've had. Mask, demask, salutations. What the hell? Oh, he thinks he's Max Galactica. First non-murder trial? That's a possibility, although I don't know. Are there ever any non-murder trials in this? We shall meet again when the next moon is full. Oh, so he left behind like a card that he had stolen something. Kind of like the last case we had. with the shell. Except this one wasn't murder. It was just a stolen. That is interesting. If it's a non-murder one, that'd be kind of like a good breath of fresh air. There's just too much killing going on in this town. Hey Nick, get a load of this. Are you even listening to me? You can clean the toilet later. This is important. Oh my god. Not her calling us out. What are you freaking out about now? Today will be the last time you talk to me that way. Huh? We're about to hit the big time. Big time? And what do you mean by we? You don't mean you and me are... Don't be silly. I'm talking about me and... Pearly, of course. Oh, I missed Pearl. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Nick. Pearls, you haven't changed a bit. Wait, what are you doing here anyway? Haven't you heard, Mr. Nick? Here, take a look at this. What is this? Some kind of poster? Oh, yeah. Crane Village. Isn't that... That's right. It's our hometown, Pearly in mine, that is. Treasure exhibition. What's this about treasures from the boonies? Very funny. You can laugh all you want, but you'll be singing another tune tonight. Tonight? What about tonight? The Treasures of Corain exhibit doesn't actually start until next week, but the promoter sent us some special VIP entry passes. That's why I dressed up extra special today. What do you think, Nick? She looks... Okay, you look the same. Same Maya, different day. This young lady here is Maya Fey. The younger sister of Mia Fey, my friend and mentor. I first met her 2 years ago. I was working on the case surrounding Mia's death, and ever since then, I've been the one who's been keeping this law office afloat from behind the scenes. Actually, that's just a cover for her true identity. In reality, she's a spirit medium and a bit of a shady character. Hey, who are you calling shady? Are we narrating? What's going on? And this little girl is Pearl Fey, but I usually call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin and a spirit medium in training herself. I know I'm a bit young, but I want to help in any way I can, Mr. Nick. Pearl has helped us a lot, actually. Crane Village is the home of the mysterious Crane channeling technique, and Maya here is the daughter of the Crane School of Channeling's master. I also do wonder if in this game, because remember that Pearl's mother got arrested, and they kind of like insinuated that she was going to pop up again, and I do think we're going to see that. Yeah, to me though, Mia's precious to me. I'm not kidding, because this is my first time playing through the series. I bought the trilogy, and like literally like after like the first case I was like, oh, I love Mia so much, she's such a girl boss and this and that, and then the next case is she died and I was distraught. But she's kind of like, she still shows up though, which is kind of cool. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I've seen her power with my own eyes. It's the real thing, all right. Earth to Nick, how long are you going to make two gorgeous women like us wait? Yes, Mr. Nick, I can't wait any longer. I want to see the exhibit. Looks like I don't get a choice here. Might as well head on out. But I do think it's cool, like, how, because, like, well, at least lately, Pearl has been the one channeling her. So she's, like, still with us, sort of. It's very cool. Lordly Taylor, the city's fanciest and most expensive department store. I will say, though, and I will just say this for right now. My two favorite characters my favorite from the first game was Dee Vasquez. She was girl boss. She was the blueprint. I don't know what happened to her. I don't think she got arrested because she wasn't the murderer. And then the second game, it was Max Galactica. Those are my two favorites. I'm curious to see who's going to be my favorite in this game. treasure exhibit, huh? I have to admit I'm pretty impressed. Wow, this is awesome. Yeah, you can make even the cheapest junk look great. It all depends on how you display it. Oh, they even have the dusty old hanging scroll that was in the Fey Manor storeroom. This one here's the third one. So we're on the last game technically. At some point, it actually just came out like a month ago. I will do the Apollo Justice games because that like takes place after this. I just don't know when. I liked the evil butterfly girl, and I'm sorry for that, but I can't help it. Well, she apparently might come back. She kind of made that threat to us, so. And then there's like the Great Ace Attorney games, which is like kind of a spin-off, like it's different characters. I might do that one at some point too. On a family heirloom. Say Nick. The person in charge of this exhibition is waiting for us in the basement warehouse. Alright, I guess we should go and say hello. It's kind of creepy, but whatever. Basement, that sounds fun. Nothing could possibly go wrong here. Yep, this is a basement warehouse, all right. This place is scary. I feel like a monster could jump out at any time. Yeah, I love Herlock. I've looked at like, because once I started playing this, I was getting hooked. I started looking at like trailers of the other games, and Herlock Sholmes he's hot, I will say. There's a lot of hot characters in that one. I know a lot of people like the other guy though in that game, like the other like semi-main character, who's like, isn't he like the ancestor to Phoenix? I can't think of his name, but a lot of people love him. Don't be scared, Pearly. I'll protect you. Oh, Mr. Right. This is the address Tom sent you to. You know, the Faces Grinder profile. It's fine. Don't worry about it. A monster. You were right. Huh? A monster. Oh, wait. It's, I can't think of her name. Good evening. It's good to see you again. You, I know you. Nice to see you again too, little miss. Is she a friend of yours, Nick? And how do you know her, Pearly? Yeah, Adrian Andrews. Yep. Nice to meet you. I'm Adrian Andrews. I'm in charge of the promotion and planning for this treasure exhibit. I'm also responsible for the security arrangements. Oh, nice to meet you. Yeah, I guess Maya didn't really get to talk to her much because she was kidnapped. Not her being Tom. I swear to God, if Lotta Hart shows up again, I will fucking lose it. I will lose it. I can handle Wendy Oldbag. She's tolerable to an extent, but if Lotta Hart comes up and ruins shit again, I will scream. The really valuable exhibit items are still stored away in here. Okay. It really has been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Wright? Nick, what's going on? Who is this woman? Why are you freaking out on me? I feel like her slang, I don't want to blame localization, but she was based off like a Japanese, like country living person. They had to translate that to English. It just doesn't fit, in my opinion. How many scenes until Josh loses it? That's the hottest lady. Wait, which one? Lotta Hart or Adrian Andrews? I just thought it'd be more dramatic if I got all worked up. That's all. Mystic Maya, you shouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Wendy, obviously, yeah. Of course we met Wendy. Please, Maya, don't say anything that'll needle pearls further. Mr. Wright was there for me when I really needed help. Adrian's all right. But no one compares to Dee Vasquez for me. She was the Hollywood producer, I think. She had like the headscarf and the long cigarette. I loved her. You remember, don't you, the Nickel Samurai case? Not really. I was stuck in a dark wine cellar. Did that escape your memory, Nick? Yeah, the part where she was kidnapped. After that, I quit being a manager and started this job. I loved her, though. I loved Dee. Wow, that's tough. I'm sorry, Miss Andrews. If it wasn't for us... No, don't say that. I'm glad the whole thing happened. Thanks to you and everyone else that was involved, I was able to change my whole life. I really am grateful. Ooh, that's a relief. I'm really impressed, Miss Andrews. Handling a huge exhibition like this must be very tiring. Well, Lordly Taylor is celebrating their 200th anniversary this year. The works on display in the main exhibition hall are worthy of the finest museums. Woohoo! Did you hear that, Pearly? The finest museums. Yes, I did. That's really wonderful. So this basement warehouse is pretty well protected, huh? Of course it is. After all, there are some priceless treasures here. The security guards are all very highly trained as well. That sounds good. So what is with that face she's making? I mean, she kind of just makes that face. Honestly. Well, let's look at some stuff here. Mystic Maya, take a look next to the door. That's Mystic Amy, right? Yes, that's a statue of the woman who invented the Korean channeling technique, Amy Faye. The statue is on loan from one of the training halls of the Faye branch family. In fact, it just arrived this morning. Okay, that's interesting that that's going to be evidence for something. What's that creepy looking thing she's holding? Don't ask me, how should I know? Well, you are the future master, right? Maybe so, but this is the first time I've ever seen this statue. That thing is the Korean Shichi Shido. It's a ceremonial sword. It's not a real weapon, so the blade isn't sharp. Ah, phooey, I wanted to cut something. What are you eyeing me for? Oh, look, it's already 8 o'clock. Have you all eaten yet? Well, actually, I've already made a reservation at the restaurant on the 12th floor. Why don't we all dine together? I do love that, like, Adrian's, like, she's, like, just, like, living her best life now. I don't know, like, I get attached to these characters. I don't know why. Like, it's a silly game. But I do love the characters. I'll have the kids' lunch. Pearly, it's dinner, not lunch. Why don't you go for it and really eat your fill with a kid's dinner? Okay, in that case, one kid's dinner for me. Shall we head upstairs then? She changed her hair too? Her hair's up. Didn't she have her hair down in the previous case? After that pleasant evening, all that remained was to wait for the exhibition's opening. It was wonderful seeing Miss Andrews looking so happy. None of us could have imagined that the very next day something terrible would happen. Yeah, we never saw it coming. Nick, this is terrible. What the? You're cleaning the toilet again? I never knew you were such a toilet freak. Again, ma'am, stop outing me. Give me a break, would you? My brain would just hit the snooze button for the 5th time. I'm going to turn on the TV. Uh-oh. We've got an update on the recent treasure heist. Based on clues found at the scene of the crime, authorities have announced that they believe it was the work of the renowned phantom thief, Mask Star Emoji Damask. See, I was hoping at the Ace Attorney photo shoot, I would see more stuff like this, because I'd want to be one of the villains, or like the people that wear like the really campy outfits like this. I would make this. Mask the Mask. According to, or maybe it's Mask for Mask. Maybe that's their Grindr profile. According to a spokesperson, Lordly Taylor received a threat letter some days ago. This is the 5th heist by the Phantom Thief, who only targets rare treasures. Lordly Taylor. Well, Nick, what are you going to do? Don't you dare go back to scrubbing the toilet. Treasure, Lordly Taylor? You don't think. Yes, now get up, Nick. It was stolen by Mask to Mask. Maybe this is a non-murder case. That's kind of interesting. Our most valuable treasure. The Korean sacred urn was stolen. What? Oh, nar. Refresh my memory a little. What's the sacred urn? That's the urn that Pearl broke. It's only the most important treasure in Korean village, that's all. Look, it's right there on this poster. Don't you remember what's inside? The urn contains a very important soul. Namely, the soul of mystic Amy Faye, the founder of the Korean channeling technique. Right, Pearly? Ah, yes, that's right. Hold up. I thought that urn had the name Amy written on it. Now it says I am. Any idea how that happened, Pearly? Well... So Maya never found out about that? There are some things left best unsolved, wouldn't you say, Mr. Nick? So we never told Maya about that. Interesting. That's right, 1 year ago there was a murder in Korean Village, Maya's hometown. The sacred urn, it turned out to be an important clue in that case. Okay, the toilet is shinier than the judge's head, so let's see what's next. What's wrong with you, Nick? What do you mean? What do you mean, Mr. Nick? Your beloved Mystic Maya's treasure has been stolen. Doesn't that even bother you? But I thought the urn was the village's treasure, so I don't see how... The village is Mystic Maya. She's the future master of the Korean School of Channeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nick. I won't let you say you don't. Okay, I do. So what am I supposed to do about it? Isn't it obvious? Go and find the bad guy who did this. Yeah, and get the sacred urn back. But I'm not a detective. I'm a lawyer. That has nothing to do with this. If you're a real gentleman, you would find it for your beloved Mystic Maya. Man, oh man, there's no winning against Pearl's fairy tale image of love. So what's the name of this bad guy again? Mask to Mask, Nick. Make a note of it. Mask to Mask. Please. Ah, it was terrible. I was arrested and everything. Maya's been arrested like 3 times. Maybe twice. Arrested twice and kidnapped once. 1 year ago, the murder in Korean Village. A man was killed during one of Maya's spirit channelings. And this urn wound up being this key piece of evidence that proved her innocence. Mr. Nick, would you mind not telling Mystic Maya about that? You promised, remember? You said you wouldn't tell anyone I broke the urn. Oh yeah, that's right. Now I remember, this urn used to say Amy on it. Welcome in, Queenie. Welcome in. We're just doing, we're playing some Ace Attorney. We're on the 2nd episode of the 3rd game. We finished the first trial, and now we're gonna start this one. We're probably gonna get up to like the trial part, and then we're gonna probably like stop there. Ooh. Oh yeah, she was playing with her ball and broke it. Until Pearls accidentally broke it into a million pieces. She tried to secretly fix it. Let's just say it didn't work out so well. Sorry, I'm not so good at arts and crafts. Spelling either. I am. Anyway, this is how her gluing project turned out. She put the pieces together wrong, and now instead of Amy, it says I am. And I'm so fucking stupid. When we did that case, I was like looking into it. Like, I don't even know if I vocalized this, but I was thinking like, oh wait, someone was trying to say something to us like, I am blank. I didn't think about, oh no, it's just Amy. I can't believe no one's noticed this until now, a whole year later. I can't believe it myself. Okay. Where do we go? I guess we go back here. Right, let's see if we can find some clues that might lead us to the bad guy. But it doesn't look like anything has been disturbed. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as it did last night. Ace Attorney this past week after I got re-hyper-fixated with when I picked up playing it. Oh, yay! This is my first time playing it. Well, I mean, we're on the third game now, but I am enjoying it. And then, I don't know when, but like sometime in the future, I want to play the Apollo ones, which I've heard from my friends, because I have a couple, because like I go to like a lot of like conventions and stuff. One of my best like convention friends is like loves this series. Like when she sells at her booth, she has a lot of Ace Attorney stuff. But a lot of my Ace Attorney friends do not like Apollo as much as Phoenix, but that's fine. I'll still enjoy it. And a couple people have also recommended Danganronpa, which I'll probably play that at some point too. It's like a similar-ish kind of game. Hey, you can't poke around here, pal. Only one person would call us pal. That voice, not him again. Also, I need to get my dog real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry, my dog went off the bed. Yep, it's Gumshoe. I've been playing the AA games on and off since late 2019, early 2020, and recently got on to playing the third game. Oh, wow. Well, I hope you've been enjoying it. I love it. Like, I love the characters. I love how campy it is. I just love the designs of everybody. I love the puns. I wish I would have gotten into it sooner. I've said that a lot. Why is it that every time something bad happens, you always show up, pal? I should be asking you that. Aren't there any other detectives? No, I should be asking you that. What are you doing hanging around here? No, I asked you first. Why are you here Alright, we got it. Why don't you two kiss and make up already? The fan base would probably love that, and I'm sure there's artwork of that, Maya, somewhere on the internet. Hello. It's been a long time, Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh, that's awesome. I don't know, did I add in the Discord? I don't know if I added an art channel. I've been meaning to. I know I have like a show and tell. I did, I added an arts and crafts channel. You don't have to, but I would love to see it. That Discord link should work. It should work. Because that's kind of cool. Little Missy. Actually, my name is Gumshoe. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Now is a good chance for you to try to remember it right. And if it's too long for you, you can just call him Dick. I was just at KatsuCon last weekend. It's this like big convention like outside of DC, and next year I want to cosplay something Ace Attorney. I just don't know. I feel like Edgeworth, I feel like is like the most iconic, people would recognize a lot, but I haven't decided yet. Yeah, good to see you again too, I guess. Mr. Detective Dick, can you tell us about what happened? And thank you for the follow from me. Oh, you're trying to remember my name. Atta girl. It's Gumshoe, okay? But yeah, I love the puns. Like, sometimes we have to look up what they mean, but like Gumshoe means detective, and Dick is also another nickname for detective. So when he says his name is Detective Dick Gumshoe, it's like he's saying detective, detective, detective. Which is kind of funny, if you think about it. I know about that. Oh, well, the criminal's name is Mask to Mask. I know about that, too. Detective, can't you tell us something other than that? Well, I guess I sort of kind of owe you guys in a way. The one that took me out was salmonella. That one went a little bit too far for me. I love how like everything's very like campy, almost like drag-esque with their puns and the names and the outfits. I kind of love it though. The crime occurred last night at around 1:30 in the morning. Also, this seems to be, unless something else happens, the first non-murder case. How exactly do you know that? We got an emergency phone call from a guard at the scene of the crime, pal. He said the urn was just stolen. The scene of the crime, you mean here, right? Wrong. That urn was being kept under careful guard in the basement warehouse. Basement warehouse, huh? So who was guarding the basement warehouse? That guy. It's all his fault that the thief got away, pal. He solves one case and gets a swelled head, thinking that he's an ace detective. Ace detective? Interesting. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, about this mask to mask. Is he famous? What? You're joking, right, Nick? Mask to mask is the hottest thing since sliced bread. Sometimes he appears as a museum guard. Sometimes he appears as a big brown bear known to surprise unsuspecting victims. But underneath those disguises is the true mask to mask. So he's some kind of master of disguise, huh? And he only goes after the finest works of art, pal. Last night was his 5th heist. If Lord Lee Taylor had only cooperated, I could have caught him this time. What? Then you knew he was planning on stealing the sacred urn. Of course I did. The guy always sends his calling card before he steals something. Calling card, huh? They mentioned that on TV. So why do you call him an ace detective anyway? That's what he calls himself, pal. I didn't make it up. So what's he like? Well, like I told you, Mask to Mask has made 5 heists so far. On the 4th heist, Mr. Ace Detective managed to get the stolen treasure back. Wow, that is impressive. All by himself? Yeah, I gotta admit it, pal. Maybe he really is as good as he says. Every time the thief sends one of his calling cards, we send our men on a stakeout. But none of us has ever gotten so much as a glimpse of the guy. But Mr. Ace Detective was able to retrieve the stolen treasure from the thief. Anyway, he's at the scene of the crime right now, looking for clues. So he's down in the basement warehouse, huh? Interesting. So what's this calling card? Here it is, but don't show it to anyone. It's top secret, okay, pal? What's this mark on the front? That's Mask to Mask signature emblem, pal. You could say it's his mark. All of his calling cards have got it on them. They didn't mention that on the newsflash. We're withholding that detail from the public for operational reasons. The only way we can tell if a calling card is real or not is by this emblem. That's gonna be interesting, like, figuring out this case when there's, like, not a murder involved. I don't know what we're gonna do. That makes sense. When you get famous, there are always imitators. Mr. Nick, if you work a little harder, maybe you can have your own copycat someday. Thanks, I guess. Okay. Do we go to the basement? I think we do. Want to meet this ace detective. No matter how many times we come here, this place always gives me the chills. That's probably because it is air-conditioned to protect the art pieces, you know. Welcome to my private little banquet of chaos. Huh? What the heck does that mean? Oh my god! Oh no! I'm afraid I have very little to offer, but please make yourself at home. I'm sorry, but he just gives off vibes that he did it. Silence. Oh my god. Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What do you see? Zavari, the truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium, neither very advanced at their trade. Am I wrong? Yikes, that's scary. How did you know that? How, you say? The universal skeptic would say that how is nothing but a question of why. I am a traveler of both time and space and a swimmer of dreams. My god. What is he talking about? I can't make heads or tails of it. Without further ado, let me fulfill what should be the first duty of any gentleman. And introduce myself. The name is Atme. Luke Atme. Oh my god. Oh, I love the pun. Look at me. Ah. There's literally a drag artist on Twitch. Look at me. Oh, I can't. Also, I know we're in an ad right now, but Queenie, your art is so fucking good. Like, I love this. Like, the comic style. You guys should check it out on the Discord. That is so freaking good. That is so cute. Base card, no cash, no credit. Look at me. See, this is the kind of drag pun names I am playing this game for. Yeah, I was literally just saying, I was just looking at it. It's so freaking good. It's so cute. I love the first one. Foolishly foolish fool. But no, I love this guy's name too. Look at me. Ace Detective. Oh, hi. Don't let him intimidate you, Nick. Stand up and show him what you're made of. The name's right. Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney. I'm Maya Faye. Ace Spirit Medium. I do love Francisca as well. I've gotten it, like I said, I've gotten a lot of, like, very attached to a lot of the characters. Like, in the last case of the second game, where she, like, busts through the doors with the evidence, we were, like, everybody here in chat, we were all, like, freaking out. I'm Mystic Maya's cousin, and I'm Spirit Medium Ace Apprentice. We're just all adding Ace to our names. Excellent. Well then, shall we begin our little game? Game. Why does the phrase one short of a baker's dozen come to mind with this guy? So are you really as famous as you say? Of course, for a lawyer, you have a rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. Oh, that's awesome. You are always welcome to post stuff there. For a lawyer, you have a rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. I had no idea anyone was left in the city that had not heard of me. Look at me. I am Mask to Mask's arch enemy, the Ace Detective. Look at me. So I guess there's no way they could be the same person, but he just gives off guilty vibes. I don't know. At this moment, there are two mighty figures which loom large over this grand city. One embodies the nefarious force of darkness, the other, the angelic cherubs of light. Cherubs of light. Boy, now I'm really lost. What is he saying, Nick? I have been personally on the heels of this villain since his first crime. After learning this criminal's patterns, I thwarted his very latest loathsome larceny. Or they're, like, connected in some way. I even returned the target of his tyranny, the portrait of Megina, to the crime scene. And I did it all by myself. I took it back from mask to mask, with my brawny mind and my brilliant muscles. Yeah, they mentioned it on the news in the Great People Around Town segment. Oh no, you're fine, Queenie. You're fine. We have a lot of lurkers here. They said that the museum gave you an incredible jewel as a reward. Well, compared to the treasure that I retrieved for them, it's not much. So in the end, the only thing that makes you great is your own self-praise. Oh, tell us what you know about Mask to Mask, and keep it simple, please. Like, about how I have devoted my life to thwarting his dastardly deeds. Last night here in the bowels of this store, we were locked in a most glorious battle. I see. Hang on a second. You were here last night, here in Lordly Taylor. Naturally, wherever Damask goes, you will find Atme laying his elegant traps. Elegant traps? More like Damask out-eleganced you and made a beautiful getaway. There he goes, shady. But this time, I allowed him to escape with the illusion of victory. I wonder if I should ask him about what happened last night in more detail. Can you tell us exactly what happened here last night? But of course, after all, I always say there should be no secrets between aces. Flattery will get you nowhere, Pinocchio. Ooh. Again, shady. I first received the request for my services 20 days ago. And it was 10 days ago that we received Mask to Mask calling card. Huh? You were hired before the calling card even arrived? Yes, you see, the person who hired me is quite rigorous and thorough. That's Adrian for you. A mere 10 days after hiring me, her worst premonitions were realized. A calling card arrived, right? Yes, so, ace detective that I am, I set a trap for the thief right in the warehouse, and waited for him. Alone. Alone? But why? Why didn't you go to the police for help? Ridiculous, why would I seek help from such a singularly useless group of nincompoops? He does have a point there. You've got a lot of nerve. After all, it was you that let Damask get away. I always operate alone and concealed, out of the sight of others. Concealed? Precisely. Even the guards on duty here were unaware of my presence. To fool your enemies, first you must fool your friends. It's my own original proverb. Anyway, back to what happened last night. As I was saying, I hid here in the warehouse and waited for the thief to arrive. But I swear to you, not a solitary soul came through that entrance. Nevertheless, the sacred urn disappeared. But that's impossible. How could it just disappear? How, you ask? Don't be ridiculous, sir lawyer. If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here. For someone who seriously messed up his own stakeout, he's rather full of himself. So you're saying that even though on one came through those doors... Okay, there's a typo here. Even though no one came through those doors last night, our precious urn still somehow vanished from under your nose? That's just not possible. Okay, well, it doesn't seem he has much else to say, although we could present some things to him. Maybe. Oh, nope, he doesn't want anything to do with this. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, but I have no interest save that of finding evidence against my arch-rival. No, it's okay. Nick is just a bit of a piddling evidence hog. That's his defense style. Piddling evidence hog, you say? In that case, I'd simply be wasting my breath. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Maya. Why couldn't you have said I was a rival and not a piddling evidence hog? Okay. Do not fear, young lady. I promise I shall retrieve your urn. Thank you, Detective Atme. I'm counting on you. The final round between Detective Luke Atme and Mask to Mask is set to begin. Still, there's something funny about this guy. Yeah, but don't forget he managed to retrieve the treasure from the last heist. Yes, I even have a video that details my role in the whole affair. I recorded it directly from the news on TV. Can I interest you in a copy? No thanks. Mask to Mask's calling card. It's got his emblem printed on it, right? Quite impressive, but I would expect nothing less from my arch-rival. I'm surprised to see you in possession of such a top-secret piece of information. Well, we've got an ace lawyer, an ace spirit medium, and an ace cousin apprentice here. Yes, indeed, I think I could learn to like you, my fellow ace professionals. I don't know if I really want this guy to like us, ever. Well, Sir Lawyer, I've been told that you two are pursuing the mysterious thief. Well, I'm not sure I would... That's right. We're going to find the sacred urn no matter what we have to do. Excellent. I will trust you. I permit you to take a look around while I investigate elsewhere. If, perchance, you should discover something of value, return them to my office. My Office of Earthly Delights, the Atme Detective Agency. Office of Earthly Delights. Well then, Sir Lawyer, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do. Please. Wait a minute. Oh wait, the sword's broken. Wait a minute. Actually, wait a minute. I want to look at the ground here. He's gone. I don't like the idea of doing this guy's work for him. Come on, Nick, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Let's hurry up and investigate before he changes his mind. I want to go to his office too. Take me with you, okay? The statue. Wait a minute. The statue sword got messed up. Wow, this is awesome. What did Ms. Andrews say it was called again? Shichishido. It's literally 7-branch sword in Japanese, or so says Ms. Andrews. Whoa, it's pretty heavy. One hit, 7 times the fun. Pretty catchy, huh? I bet it'd sell like hotcakes. There's something about it that bothers me. Wow, you're really firing on all cylinders today, Pearly. This sword, wasn't Mystic Amy holding it last night? Ah. And another thing, the sword wasn't bent last night like it is now. You're right. Awesome, Pearly. I wouldn't expect any less from my little ace apprentice. The sword is bent, so that must mean there was an altercation. Last night, someone used it somehow. Aha, I just thought of something. Maybe Detective Atme smashed mask to mask with it. Like this. Ow! What the heck? What do you think, Pearly? I think it's even more bent than it was before. Oh man, my head. My hair! Okay, so we got that evidence. That pathetic-looking wooden box. Ah, that's the box that had the sacred urn in it. Don't touch it. There may be clues to the thief's identity on there. Ugh, I worked so hard to make that box. You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya? What's that supposed to mean? That urn has always been on its stand in the winding way of Fey Manor, so there was no box suitable for it, Mr. Nick. And I was so proud of it. Poor Maya, maybe it'd have been better if Mask to Mask had taken the box too. Shady. Shade. Also, there's paint on that box, and there's paint here. Why is there paint? Look what you did, Nick. You spilled paint over here. I didn't do that. And that's like a corner shaped like that's where the box was. Well, it wasn't here last night. I would have noticed a color this outrageous. But this paint has already dried up. Well then, you should have cleaned it up before it dried, Nick. Paint doesn't dry that fast. Besides, I told you it wasn't me. It looks like it's been several days since it was spilt. Hey, look at this. What is it? There's some kind of shape left in the bottom left side of this stain. Huh, you're right. I wonder what it could be. It's literally probably from this box. It looks like a part of a big signboard. All I can read on it is the burr. Ah, I've got it. Maybe it's supposed to say hamburger. Why would anyone write hamburger that big? Like maybe for the World Hamburger Festival or something. I kinda doubt it. Aha, I've got it. Maybe it said spaghetti. No. Why are you talking about food? Oh wait, that's normal for you. Anyway, it says burr. There's no way it could be spaghetti. Well, maybe it was a typo. It might have said Spaghetti Festival. What do you think? Okay, to me, besides spaghetti is the only thing more tangled than your reasoning. Ooh. Hey, Pearly, do you know what this is? It's a computer. Computer? Oh, I've heard of those. It's such a cute name. It looks like this computer is restoring the data from the security camera. When someone comes in or out of the warehouse, the camera takes a photo of them. It's probably the trap that the detective set up. Let's see if we can find last night's data on this thing. We might even find a photo of mask to mask. Let's see here. Man, I really stink at working these things. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? You're sweating an awful lot. I don't know how to pull up the photos. I had no idea you were so pathetic with high-tech stuff, Nick. Yeah, well, I managed to print out the camera data anyway. I guess you have to learn to crawl before you can walk, right, Nick? Yeah, sure. Anyway, it looks like the camera only went off once last night. Ooh, okay. We're getting things. It's a security camera. It's trained on the big door to the storeroom. It's set up to take a photo of anyone that goes in or out. A security camera? Yeah, go stand in front of that door and it'll snap your photo too, Pearly. Mystic Maya, do you think I should smile? Nah, it's for criminals, so I think you should make a really scary face. Like this. Okay. Yeah, and anytime there's a security camera, it's always, I will say, unreliable. I think back to that Hollywood case. It says Organi. No, it doesn't, Nick. It says organize. You just can't see the last two letters. Yeah, well, I guess no one else could read it either because this place is a mess. Yeah, you must feel right at home, huh? This statue of Mystic Amy is so cool. I want a gold statue of myself. We could put it in the office. Hey, it's Wright and Company. How about a gold statue of me? Mr. Nick, I'm sorry, but I noticed something strange. What is it, Pearls? The statue of Mystic Amy. Was this where it was last night? No, okay, so it was moved. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was closer to the door. Yeah, I think you're right. Great job, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my ace cousin. So the statue was moved on the night of the crime. Okay, so we updated that. We might have everything we need in here. Yeah. Hey, Nick, your cell phone's ringing. Hello, Phoenix right here. Oh ho ho. It's me, Gumshoe. Gumshoe? What is it? What's so funny? I'll tell you what's funny, pal. I finally beat him. I beat Mr. Ace Detective. Finally, this underdog is the alpha dog today. That stuck-up detective's met his match. Yup, I finally caught him. Lock, stock, and barrel. There's no escape for him. You caught him? Are you saying you captured Mask to Mask? Bingo. Well, actually, he surrendered. But I still got him. Mask to Mask surrendered? That's great. So when can we come and pick up the sacred urn? Well, you see, I was gonna tell you. What? Something wrong? Do you think you can swing by the detention center sometime? The detention center? He wants to talk to you. Mask to mask, that is. What? He wants to talk to Nick? I'll be waiting for you, pal, so get over here soon. I just realized, too, we haven't had a defendant yet. The detention center, huh? Very interesting. Well, there's this agency. Something tells me this guy is fishy. And thank you for the hydrate. This is a detective agency. It looks more like the set of some B-grade horror movie. Hello? Is anyone here? It looks like nobody's home. What a waste of time. Hey, I know. Let's take that framed picture back with us as a memento. Don't you dare, Maya. Guess we'll have to try back later. Okay, well, I want to go... Yes. Hey, pal, welcome to the detention center. You're sure in a happy mood, aren't you? Yep, after all, we got... Right, but, so where's the sacred urn? Oh, sorry about that, pal. I guess I didn't really think about it before. But you're the victim in this case. Huh? Well, I guess I should let you guys hear the story straight from the horse's mouth. You know, he's right, Nick. He is. If you think about it real hard, we are the victims. Not the Gabby Hannah. I am the victim. Well, I guess so, in a way. I'm so used to thinking of the victim as a dead person because we're always on murder cases. Excuse me. But anyway, I have to get the sacred urn back. Please, don't just ignore me. Please. Oh my god. Who are you? I'm Mask to Mask. Okay. Oh, he's gorgeous. Hey, Nick, doesn't he look kind of, well, gangly? I'm Ron Delight. The famous Mask to Mask. He is baby girl. I don't think this guy could punch his way out of a wet paper bag. So you're the Mask to Mask guy? Yes, you bet. No, that's wrong. You see, it's complicated. Sort of yes, and sort of no, if you know what I mean. What's wrong? Well, when I say wrong, what I really mean to say is that's not right, per se. You see, it's not spelled mask to mask, it's actually mask to mask. What's with this guy? Well, he's a timid little weakling, we know that much. Don't do that. Don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity. And a major crybaby, too. So why did you give yourself up? Well, you see, it's because, well... I know why. It's because you stole such a priceless treasure. And now you're overwhelmed with guilt, am I right? Priceless treasure, that broken old urn? I have a little favor to ask. Yes, what is it? Could you go and talk to Desi? Desi? Look, we really want our urn back, so where is it? I'm sorry, I'll give it back, I really will. Maybe not. No, I can't. I can't make promises I can't keep. I'll just end up hurting people. I notice his text, like, goes, like, faint. I wonder if it's because he's, like, whispering. Mr. Nick, I couldn't hear what he just said, especially the last part. Yeah, I thought it was the game at first. No, he's whispering parts. Mr. Damask, do you think you could speak up a little? Yes, sir, I will, I promise. Maybe not. You see, I'm already speaking in my normal voice, so I really can't do anything. Mr. Damask, about the urn. Oh, yes, the urn, right away. Actually, no. I wouldn't mind telling you, but actually, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me anyway. Ron might not be in my top 5 favorite characters, but I really do love... It is funny. It is funny. God, maybe once I finish the 3rd game, I feel like I'll have to do like a tier list of Ace Attorney characters. I did a Pokemon tier list. That took forever. That took 2 streams. I could do one for Ace Attorney. I don't think that would take quite so long. Enough already. Just tell it to us straight. Please don't yell at me. I like his writing is very funny. I'm sorry. That urn, I lost it. What? What did you just say? Did you say you lost it? Yes, no. Maybe so. I mean, yes, I lost it. What do you mean? Well, you know, I lost it like I said. These things just happen. You're on the train and you get distracted and you forget your bag, you know. What? You forgot our sacred urn on a train. Wait a minute. You went on the train dressed like that? No, I was just speaking hypothetically, that's all. I noticed Max Galactica's not anywhere on that list, Queenie. That's very interesting. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just lost it somewhere. I don't know where. This guy's story is more surreal than a Dali painting. Are you really sure this creep is masked to mask? Maya, don't call him a creep. Although I do have to admit, I understand your doubts about this guy. And who is Desi? So who is this Desi person? Please don't talk about my wife like that. I guess she must be his wife. I'm sorry, the truth is, it was my wife that told me to have you all come here. Do you think you could go and visit her at my hideout? Hideout? Mr. Nick, what does he mean by hideout? Oh, sorry, naturally I meant to say my secret base. Secret base. Well, my apartment actually, Palazzo Pepe? 3rd floor? I'm probably butchering that. Let's go have a look, Nick. To Mask's hideout. I will say, someone linked the anime in the Discord like a while back about like that episode. And I will say my impression of Max was like kind of spot on. Something tells me she just likes the sound of the word hideout. Okay, so I guess we're going to a hideout. Oh my god. And he's got wigs. This is literally drag. Wow, check this place out. No doubt about it. This is Mask to Mask's hideout, alright. Who is it? Is that you, Ronnie? Okay, I like her. Who are you people? Oh, and I love her little race car earrings. Are you Desi Delight? That's right, I'm Desiree. Ah. Oh, you must be the lawyer and the victim. Yeah, that's us. Your husband told us to stop by and speak with you. I'm Maya Faye, and this is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nicky boy and Maya, huh? I can't tell you how grateful I am that you decided to help my Ronnie. Well, you're welcome. Did she really call me Nicky boy? This is drag. About your husband. Isn't he the cutest? A bit weak sometimes, though. A bit. By the way, did you know they mentioned Maya on TV? Really? They said you own the urn and that you're doing some shady training at a law office now. Remind me not to watch that channel's news program. After I saw that, I thought it might be a good idea to meet the lawyer they mentioned. I see. My Ronnie, he has a powerful imagination and gets deluded easily. He kept insisting he was going to surrender to the police. I didn't know what to do. It was me, I stole that urn, he kept saying, as if it was even possible. Huh? But are you saying he didn't? Of course he didn't. Why would my Ronnie ever do something like that? Well, you know, it's a priceless treasure, and he's, you know... Is it possible his own wife doesn't know his secret identity? Me, I'm the kind of woman that needs excitement in her life. Oh, excitement, huh? Yes, I'm at my happiest when I'm racing along with my bike going at full throttle. Riding a motorcycle is like putting your life on the line, you know what I mean? Well, I think that depends on how you ride it. I'm the type that can't stand living a boring, dreary old life with no action. No offense, but your husband, Ron, doesn't exactly look like the risk-taking type himself. You're right about that. He's definitely not one for thrills and danger. But I do have to say that he makes up for it in other ways. Other ways? Yes, money. Ronnie is incredibly rich and super generous. He bought me a bike that's so fast it would make your head spin. And shopping? I like to shop so much it makes Ron's head spin. The other day, it actually happened. His head actually started to spin. Man, talk about a high-maintenance wife. I kind of love her. So where does Mr. Delight get all his money from? Ronnie is a security guard. They put their lives on the line, right? So they get paid tons of money in return. Tons of it. He's a security guard. I think it's my turn for my head to spin. Can you tell us about what happened last night? What time did that incident take place again? What time was it again, Maya? Well, according to Detective Gumshoe, it was around 1:30 in the morning. Ah, last night was horrible. I got pulled over. Pulled over? Yes, I always do my best flying at night. Flying? You're talking about your motorcycle, right? Yes, anyway, last night I got pulled over by a policeman. I can't believe he caught up to me. It was a great chase, let me tell you. When he finally caught me, that poor man was as white as a sheet. It was about 3 in the morning when I finally got home. Sounds like she's got an airtight alibi. Interesting. What about Mr. Delight? I don't really know. We weren't together at that time of the night. But when I got home, he was already fast asleep. So basically, he's got no alibi. Can I present this to her? So what do you know about this? No, you can't show her that, Nick. That emblem is top secret, don't you remember? It's literally a balloon in the corner of the room. Sorry about that. But the way she just said top secret was a worse giveaway than what I did. Oh, when I hear the word top secret, it just piques my interest like nothing else. Oh, that's so cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know. Wow, there's no fooling you. I want to make my own balloon now. I'll even let you ride in it, Nick. That emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. That's proof enough that Ron Delight really is mask to mask. I'd better not tell Maya. She gets kind of scary when it comes to celebrities. Please. It's mask to mask. There's a tape recorder hanging from his neck. Let me see that. What the fuck? I'll be taking this crown now. Better luck next time, gentlemen. Ah ha 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 ha. I don't get it. What's this supposed to be, Nick? This is weird. This thing looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I know. It's a fishbowl. Well, an upside down one. Anyway, I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet. Oh, Wendy Oldbag had that. And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it. I think it's a transceiver. An alien transceiver. Nick, do you think maybe you could act like a grown-up for a little bit? They do have wigs. Getting lectured by Maya to be more of an adult, that's a new low. There's a whole bunch of stuff piled up over here. Duck and cover, it's a missile. Did you know there's dynamite in missiles? But they're not heavy enough to be real. Oh wait, they're just really well-made toys. What are these rolls of paper stuck in the trash can? Theft of the Mazarin Stone, the Great Albatross Strategy. Theft of the Immortal Goddess Statue, the Great Knuckle Bomber Strategy. Did the police even investigate this place? Well, they didn't comment on the wigs, unfortunately. But now what? I don't even know why he wanted us to go talk to her. I will admit. I mean, is there anything that we can show her? Probably not. Maybe the urn? Oh, that's so mysterious looking. I love old stuff like this. Really? That's one of our most treasured possessions. There's going to be a whole exhibit at Lordly Taylor with these types of things. Maya looks so happy. She lit up at a 1,000-watt bulb. Terrific. You can count on Ron and me to be there. Sounds like fun. Huh? Oh, or yeah. Looks like that light bulb is starting to flicker. Yeah, so she had nothing really to say about that. Now what? And nothing really here. I mean, we can examine some stuff. This desk is literally covered with all sorts of chemistry equipment. Oh, I just love chemistry. Say, Nick, I bet you didn't know this, but water is made up of carbon and hydrogen. No, not carbon. Oxygen. Oxygen and hydrogen. Oh, well, there are always alternative theories, I guess. If by alternative theories you mean the ones you make up inside that head of yours? What a creepy painting. It looks like he's looking right at me. Maybe we should put up a big portrait of you in the office, Nick. I can even paint it for you. Maybe you can pose while cleaning the toilet? I think I'd prefer something a bit more dignified. I don't know. Nothing here looks like it stands out. Unless it really wants us to look at something. Well, now what? I will admit, I forget why he wanted us to go talk to his wife. And, like, she doesn't even show up there anymore. And we can't show her that. Can we show her this? No. So she just repeated herself. Nick, it's a torpedo. It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real. Where could he have picked up something like this? Please don't say that torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. There are a bunch of books lying here. They're all romantic-sounding novels about famous heists and fantastic thieves. Wow, look at all the bookmarks and notes stuck in them. Let's see here. Note. Must remember this thief's way of laughing. Very useful. Note. A calling card is an important part of any good thief's modus operandi. Wow, Ron really studied his stuff. I guess we haven't shown Ron some of the evidence? Like the calling card? That's mask-to-mask calling card. Pretty nice looking, huh? He looks so happy. I'm not very good at writing, you see, so I bought a book called How to Write Business Letters and studied hard. Well, I guess you could call thievery a type of business. I'm really sorry I caused you so much trouble. If you're so sorry, then you shouldn't have stolen it in the first place. But the only thing I did wrong was lose it. That's not right. I was wrong either way. I'm sure the owners of the other treasures feel the same. He sure seems sorry. Who would have imagined that such a famous thief would have such a pure heart? Well, now what? Okay. He doesn't care about any of the other stuff we have. And there's not really anything we can present to her. Ms. Delight, you must know, right? About your husband and Mask to Mask? Mask to Mask, of course I know all about it. My husband is his biggest fan. What? Biggest fan? Yes, and Ronnie can be pretty delusional sometimes. That's how this whole misunderstanding happened. Wait a minute, did you say delusional? Yes, that's right. I just don't know what I'm going to do with him. You see, Ronnie actually believes that he is Mask to Mask. What? What are you talking about? Well, there we go. Delusions. So when did Ron first become Mask to Mask? What are you talking about? He's not Mask to Mask, huh? But wait a second. Look around at this room. This place is obviously Masked Mask's hideout. No, you're totally wrong. A real thief's hideout wouldn't look like this. It's because Ronnie is so timid himself that he looks up to heroic figures. But Masked Mask is a bad guy. So he's deluded, huh? Could that really be true? Anyway, if he really had stolen the urn, wouldn't he still have it? Well, I suppose so. Then why don't you ask him if he has the urn or not? She has a point. Mr. Delight isn't exactly the criminal type. But something about Ron's behavior bothers me. Maybe it's true. Maybe Mr. Delight isn't Masked Mask after all. Say, can I ask you something, Nicky boy? What is it? You know, I may seem like a bad girl on the outside, but the one thing I won't stand for is illegal activity. I mean, other than speeding, apparently. I had the feeling you wouldn't. You're tough, but I can tell you've got a good heart. Somebody framed my poor Ronnie, I just know it. Could you give this to Ronnie for me? A letter? Yes, for Ronnie. I want him to fight back. Ms. Delight. Okay, you've got it. Just relax and leave it all to us. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, that's right. Here, this is from your wife. Oh, from Desi? Thank you. Actually, more like taken. My dear Ronnie, how are you? I'm doing fine. He's clutching onto that letter so hard the ink is going to be squeezed out. I love their designs. He looks so happy. You should write a letter to Mystic Maya too, Mr. Nick. I mean, she's literally right here. Mr. Lawyer? Yes? In the letter that Desi wrote, she said, ask this guy to be your lawyer. Huh? I know this would be asking a lot, but could you please take my case? My trial starts tomorrow. Hang on a second. He can't be your lawyer. Why not? What do you mean, why not? We're the victims in this case, right? Victims of this Damask guy. Well, yeah, but according to Desiree, he didn't do it. She said, poor man, he's deluded himself into thinking he did it, right, Mr. Nick? Come on, she could be lying to protect her husband. Well, that's true. No, actually not. Actually, it's hard to say. Oh no, it's spreading. Please, I'll give you the treasure of your choice in return. What should I do? As if we have a choice. Well, Mr. Delight, I've decided to give it a try. I'll defend you. Really, you will? Hey, what are you doing now? He's a thief. You can't trust him. Well, he may be a thief, but I think there's more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you. Pearls? I can't believe you defend this person after what he did to Mystic Maya. I'll never forgive you ever. Oh, she's really upset. Early, wait. This is going to be ugly. I'll go after her. Oh, I don't like Pearls being upset. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Well, you couldn't have known she'd react like that. I guess I might as well start investigating. Oh, Maya. Where's Pearls? She said she's going back to the office. Go check in on her later, would you? And what about you? Are you okay with me taking Mr. Delight's case? Yeah, I'm fine, Nick. I believe in you. I think I'm going to cry. I know you have a lot of work to do. I really appreciate it. Okay, Nick, let's get this show on the road. Well, now what? Now what? The exhibition hall. Yep. I want to find a good stopping point, but I feel like there might not be too much more till we get to the trial part, I think. Maya. Oh, Ms. Andrews. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. Your precious urn. Your precious urn. Please, calm down. What's wrong? It never ends. Everything I touch ends in failure. Maya, I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. No, it's okay. I know I don't look it, but I'm good with my hands. I could make you another urn. Hold on, just wait, okay? Breathe, calm down, and talk to us. Forgive me, forgive me. So when did you get the calling card from Mask to Mask? Let's see, exactly 10 days ago. I was going to show it to the police, but that detective stopped me. So you asked Detective at me to help with security? Yes. In fact, it was about 20 days ago that I hired him. He seemed to know much more about Mask to Mask than the police. So you hired him for security even before the calling card arrived? Well, yes. I had a premonition that something bad might happen. I've learned to trust my hunches. So that's why there are security cameras even in the basement warehouse? Yes, Lordly Taylor is very serious about their security measures. It was their way of saying, bring it on to any potential thieves. Well, he sure brought it last night, and even left with a nice souvenir. Can you tell us a bit about the security for the treasure exhibit? It was all my fault. I never should have called this paltry little collection a treasure exhibit anyway. Why do you say that? The urn that was stolen is a pretty important object. Maybe, but its actual value after appraisal was, well, practically zero. Zero. I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable. But that urn contains the soul of Mystic Amy. Anyway, I left all the security arrangements to Detective Abby. But 5 days ago, I began receiving all sorts of other exhibit items from Korean. Lots of people started going in and out of the warehouse down there. So maybe one of them was actually Mask to Mask in disguise. No, I personally checked out everyone that came through here, so that's not possible. Knowing Adrian, she probably even checked out what they ate for breakfast that morning. Well, can we present anything? Maybe this? Miss Andrews. I know, it's all my fault. But what's done is done. I'll make it up by making a new urn for you. I'm just wasting my time. She's too far gone. She has nothing to say about this. Or that. Or the statue. I mean, we looked at things down here. I thought. Our precious urn was right there on the other side of these doors. Yeah, and according to the security camera data, someone was in there last night. What I'd like to do to him? And he's still not here. She doesn't have anything to say about any of these people? Really? Do we have anything to show her? No. What was the point of this? Oh. Well. Maybe we were supposed to go here. Ah, Mr. Nick, welcome back. Oh, hey, Pearls. You're back too, I see. I went and bought us a strawberry cake. I'll go make some tea to go with it. Hey, Pearls. It looks like she feels really bad about what happened at the detention center. Yeah. Mystic Maya, the tea is ready. Oh, thanks. Come on, Mr. Nick, please have some of this cake. Yeah, thanks. Pearls? Oh, excuse me, I was in the middle of cleaning the toilet, please. Why is the toilet always getting cleaned? I just cleaned it this morning. Too late. This might be a good time for me to ask about her. I first met Pearls a year ago. It was when that murder happened at Karain Village. I still remember what she said to me when we first met. You're Mr. Nick, right? You're Mystic Maya's special someone? Hey Maya, I always thought it was because she was young, but what? Pearls, I think she's got the wrong idea about you and me. Huh? There's something you need to understand. What is it? It's kind of like a Karain Village custom, sort of. Oh, great. Pearl seems to love you a lot. Well, it's because I'm her only cousin, and, well, because of the murder case last year, Pearlie's mother is... Oh, yeah. I feel like she'll be making a return. I remember now, Pearl's mother, Morgan Fay. She's serving a prison term in isolation right now. So you see, I'm the only family Pearlie has right now, but it's the same for me too. Maya. My mother's gone too. There are hardly any men in Karain Village. I've noticed that. Now that you mention it, I never actually saw any men there when I visited. I'm pretty sure I told you about it a long time ago, about how spiritual powers run very strong in the Fey family. Yeah, you did, and that's why you're undergoing training to be a spirit medium, right? Yeah, the thing is, only women can actually inherit the spiritual power. That's why the whole culture of Karain Village kind of revolves around its women. Well, that's understandable, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but because of that, there tends to be a lot of unsuccessful marriages. Oh? Well, men start to feel left out after a while, and then they just start leaving. Especially if the man has a daughter. Are you saying that Pearl's father... He's gone. He left the village when she was very young. Oh, see, now that's depressing. Boy, that's tough. Yeah, and she grew up seeing nothing but unhappy marriages all around her. That's why she's so sensitive to things like that. So your mother's still missing. Yeah, and no one has any idea where she is. Oh, yeah, Misty. Misty Faye. The current master of the Karain channeling technique. She disappeared 17 years ago after getting involved in a certain police case. But you're sure she's still alive, right? Yeah, I know she is. It's sort of a spirit medium thing. And if your mother doesn't come back, then what? Then according to the laws of the village, I'll become the next master. Mystic Maya, the master of the Karain technique, sounds like a heavy responsibility. Yeah, but there's no one else with the blood of the Fey main family who's a spirit medium. Well, Nick, why don't we go out and start investigating? We're not going to learn anything just sitting around the office. Yeah, I know. But first I want to talk to Pearls. Mr. Nick? Oh. I acted like a baby. Pearls. I doubted you, even though Mystic Maya trusted you completely. I guess I still have a lot of training to do. Mr. Nick? Yes? From the bottom of my heart, I apologize for what I said. It's okay. I'm the one that should be apologizing. Well, I'm going out now for a little bit. Huh? Where are you going? I may be small, but I still have a lot of spirit channeling power. So I'm going to show you I could be useful too by finding some evidence. Hey, wait a minute. She sure runs fast. Nick, let's back off and give her some room, okay? Yeah. Okay. This seems like a good stopping place, I think. I wanted to get to the trial, but it seems like we still have a lot of investigating to do, so... we'll continue this. So, normally, because I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays currently. But on Tuesday, I'm going to be continuing and hopefully finishing my playthrough of A Way Out with Drag Trashly, which Trashly's been doing her little VTuber on that day too. So that'll be fun. It's like you guys don't know what it is, it's like a fun like co-op game where we like escaped prison. And I think we're about halfway through it. We started it last Tuesday, so we're gonna be continuing that. Um, I think around the same time. I think she normally starts at 8 Central. I have to check, but I'll be live around 7 or 8 Eastern. So um, we should probably finish that Tuesday, and then I'll be picking this back up on Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern time ish, depending how work goes, because I pretty much start streaming right after I finish work. So, but yeah, so we should at least finish it Thursday, this case, or get near the end of it. We'll see. And we did do a whole case, and honestly, the tutorial case for this game was a little bit longer because obviously it had Mia in it, so I kind of figured it was going to be a little bit more like more story to it, I guess. But for now, let's see if we can go find someone to raid. It's kind of hard on Sundays sometimes. You know what we could do? Hold on. Let's find if there's someone in the Ace Attorney category. I will say I rarely search on Twitch anymore specifically for games. So like, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. Okay, someone's stream pulled up when I typed in that game, and they have a voice modulator, and it kind of scared me for a little bit. There is, I think, another VTuber streaming this game. Let me pull their thing up here. And we will go right on over to them. And thank you for joining as well, Queenie. Thank you for the follows, everybody. But yeah, Queenie posted some art in the Discord, which I will link again if anyone wants to join that. They linked some Ace Attorney art, which I love. Let's go right on over to Ether Somnable, who's also playing. I don't know what episode they're on. I can't tell if they might be ahead of us, just fair warning. I'm not sure. Just the scene that they're at, I can't quite tell. I think they might be ahead of us. I think they're on our episode. We're on the Stolen Turnabout, I think. So I'll let them know that, you know, I'll have to peek out so I don't get any spoilers. But there is our raid command. But let's go right on over to them. And yeah, thank you for stopping by, Kivo. Thank you for stopping by, everybody else as well. The Benoit Brigade is here. We were the Skeleton Crew. I had to come up with something a little bit catchy like that. We're the Benoit Brigade, because I'm a Benoit. I'm just rolling with it for now, Kivo. Maybe we'll come up with something else. We'll see. But yeah, I am getting sleepy. I'm getting a little hangry. But yeah, I do believe they are on our case and they're a little bit farther ahead. So just fair warning. Fair warning for spoilers, everybody. But I will see you guys Tuesday. I will be live with Trashly playing A Way Out. And then if you guys want to come back for Ace Attorney, that'll be Thursday. But have a good night, everybody. Good night.